Okay, listen, you guys. I'm still for Israel. Please. I know. Listen, the majority of the what's it called? Triathletic Foundation did a study or something. The majority of Iranians in America under the age of 60, above the age of 60, are registered Republicans. Between the ages of 30 to 45 are 67% Democrat, the rest Republican. So, yeah, it's a very mixed, the majority, though, the lines fall around 52% Republican and 40, whatever that is, 48% Democrat in America. We Kamala as the next president. Yeah, we do. Quiet down, Gigi. Anyway, can't wait. Love Kamala. Let's go. I'm gonna have to show for Kamala. If Trump gets in power, it's gonna be. I don't want to necessarily stay out. If you're a capitalist, why do you support Kamala? I said, if you're a capitalist, why you? I don't share as opposed to what? If I'm a capitalist, I support Trump. Like, I don't understand. Trump is not for president. I just Trump is all the Trump is all you guys, the Mises Institute was the most. Okay, guys, we're not going to have a discussion over libertarianism and free market values. Okay, let's really stay on topic. But I promise that Rosie is going to throw an after party where we can talk everything from baboons, assholes, to capitalism, to Kamala's hair part. Yes, we will have an after party.
I'm sorry, you are too introverted to have an after party. Simon can open this room. Whatever Kantian, Randian thing that he wants to talk about.
Randian, yeah, he loves that shit. Anyway, so
I support Kant.
Just never go full Heidegger. Never ever go full Heidegger.
Definitely don't support Kant.
I support Kant. Let's debate this. Okay?
Right now.
For presidency.
Holy Christ. I can't even imagine a world where
I can't. No, I'm kidding. He's a fucking racist person. Don't be a Kant.
Yeah, don't be a Kant.
Okay, I'll be Emmanuel, okay? Emmanuel.
Kills me. The breathing kills me.
Yeah, Michael, what do you want to say?
Transition.
Yeah, peace and shit. Hope everybody's having a great day. Yeah, I just want to say I'm for peace, and a lot of people are worried about World War III and war destruction of America reality soon. And a lot of smart Jewish people are.
Mike, was that BHI troll that you voted down to the audience yesterday?
Yeah, a lot Jewish.
Oh no! Where are you, Michael? Are you in the gulag? I'm sorry. I can't trust you.
I believe I
Don't let them in the gulag.
No, but
Yeah, that's right.
what do you do seriously? You say I can't listen to this BHI shit, okay? I'm not gonna buy a fix I'm not gonna listen to
I don't have like a BHI thermometer, okay? I have like no idea or radar. I have no idea who is a BHI and who is not.
who are the Jews?
What are these Jews?
Who are the Jews? You're Jewish. You are Jewish.
Who says Jewish is smart? It's not make sense. 25% Nobel Prizes in science, heavily in economics and literature went to Jews, but they're definitely not smart. In our whole 2 billion population, we have whole 2
correct to say it's not make sense?
No sense of.
What an irony! Who said Jewish are smart?
Was that
Jewish
you?
Certainly not me.
It's not make sense.
We are not smart at all. You are smart. We are not smart.
You guys, please, yes, me. Can you please read that God's messages out loud?
Wait, hold on. I think we might have a 6.
Why are you yelling? Who said Jewish are smart? It's not. You need to. Okay, Benjamin, you need to learn English before you insult Jews. Everyone else to
But
say.
the irony of it,
There's a lot of
the Jewish are smart. It's not make sense.
You guys, I never felt more. Yourself.
Here.
I there's so many, and it's beautiful views, though. Only so many.
I'll just ask you a simple question. It's a simple question. I understand you have pain, you have a lot of problem with this, so many enemies around you. But I ask you a simple question. You try to criticize me. My English is yes. No, not good. So what?
No one interrupts him. No one interrupts him. Please, go ahead.
Someone asks you a question, you are just trying to kill them, is yelling. What's that mean?
We are sorry. Do you want to say?
Smartness has. Let me finish my point. If you want to talk, I'm going to close my mic and you can talk. I ask you a simple question. I'm not the Muslim supporter. I'm not the Jewish supporter. Just I want to say something simple. It does not make sense if you say Jewish is smart. Smartness is not coming from.
میشم جا کردم دیده 700 نفر اینجا هستن در
Wait, Robert, one second, please, Robert.
این لحظه just a little bit ببخشید
Hold on a second. Just let me.
I moved him down. I will invite you back later. Go ahead, please.
Listen. If you have money and you can go to the university and study, yes, you can be smarter than me, definitely. But it doesn't mean if I don't have money, working with a labor family, and I have no chance to go to school, of course I'm not smart as like a doctor. Bro.
But this is the thing, Benjamin. Nobody brought up Jewish intelligence except for you. You brought up Jewish being smart.
No, someone was here is talking about the smartness. I'm not against Jewish.
But I understand that. But you brought this up.
This is exactly anti-Semitism. If you say Jewish is the smart,
No,
there's the point.
There are many
You don't get my point. I'm saying if you say Jewish is rich, Jewish is smart, this is anti-Semitism.
Nobody said that though.
Wait, 1 second. I'm trying to figure out who said it. No one said it in the room. I was attempting to pass it.
Not the 20 minutes.
And then I
He
looked
said
at
it because that's what he thinks we are, smart. What else would he say? Nobody said that. There are many dumb Jewish people. There are Jewish people who are bad people. There are Jewish people who are good people. There are smart Jews. There are dumb Jews. There are religious Jews. I'm a dumb Jew. There is no. You're not all one.
I'm looking average.
There's a.
Not that one smart.
Wait, there's all different.
5 out of 10.
Nobody
Not
said
every
that.
single Jew has a bank. God's smart is a free matter.
You're gonna believe this, Brody. You like that. But Benjamin, nobody is saying that we're all smarter than you're not. We're like, no, we're any other group of people in this planet. There's good, there's bad, there's okay, there's so-so, and there's everything in between. This is, we're no different.
But I hear someone
With that
who
being
was on
said-
the mic and said Jewish are smart, and all of a sudden,
And then, you heard that, but then we all made fun of that person and we all joked about it. And we all know lots of dumb and smart and in between Jews. Like, we don't
so
believe.
that is why I wrote down that comment.
In the same way that amongst Persians, and engineers, and that the failures within our families become real estate agents. It's the same shit with the Jews, trust me. it's the same shit, okay? So I don't know why we're going on this thing. No one said hi, but you feel like a stupid idiot.
How do you hit the jackpot of being a virgin?
Listen, Hashem smiled down, knew what he was doing. Let me just say that. I mean, seriously, anybody, please, if you need tricks and tips on how to be on the top 1%, go ahead and let me know. All right.
You're like, oh, you later.
All right. All right. Please,
How can I prove that I'm a Jewish or not?
Is your mother Jewish? Take a tea, I think.
Is your last name?
No, it's not.
No, it's not from DNA. Because that's your mom and dad.
So maybe my mom and my parents who was under persecution and they converted. Because we have a lot of life.
Guys, why are you saying this? That 23andMe scandal, all of that Ashkenazi, what's it called? DNA sampling got hacked from that Chinese company. And did you guys not see that? Like a couple of months.
Well, maybe.
No,
maybe you
I know a lot of
maybe
Russian
you
Jewish.
know,
I know a lot of Russian, Ukrainian. I believe that half of Ukraine was Jewish, but since
Half of Ukraine was not Jewish. I'm sorry, that is just false.
Shahab, where are you from? Because your name is Sayed Mohammed Petrosyan.
oh, that was for fun, just for fun.
Yeah, that's
Because I'm belonging to all over the place, and I
I
know.
was like, how are you a Shia Sayed Mohammed and then Petrosyan?
You got it. That is the funny concept. This people want to say it doesn't matter, you know.
Well, of course it doesn't matter. Listen, I don't think people even really make it matter. This is the thing. But like when there's people that hate you and make it seem like that's what matters, because the root of their hate is, like the scapegoat theory where they need to be able to point out that there's something innately wrong with people, right? You know, it's so crazy.
Roya, I know you. Went. It was like 2 years ago, I believe. When your father passed away, I believe in their room. I meet you and I talked to you. Do you remember? It was like.
No, I don't. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't remember actually. My apologies. Been a crazy 2 years. Yeah, but thanks for coming to that room, I guess. But yeah, I just was about to say that. I don't think that we live in a world. Okay. Okay.
Is it like a new kink to want to fuck countries?
Yeah, it's getting me horny. What the fuck? I'm kidding. I'm just joking. Everybody relax. I'm just kidding. Oh my god. It's Saturday. So what I was gonna say is, fuck what I was about to say. I was gonna say it's not like people are obsessed with their identities. I feel like because it's so low caliber for us to even be divided because of quote unquote identity, age, race, ethnicity. This stuff in religion, this is actually quite stupid, but because of the fact that we'd rather criticize each other and find singular reasons for pain, we'd rather hit and kick one another than really actually focus on creating more systematic change of our environment, right? And the institutions that exist around us that don't give us a good quality of life. Anyway. But yeah, I'm so smart. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. Yasmin, what's going on?
not a whole lot. What's up with you?
Nothing. I just flew back from DC because of work, and now I've lost my voice.
Laryngitis. I had laryngitis all last.
What should I do?
Yeah. Nothing. Just rest your voice and drink.
Oh, okay. Honestly, this room was such a fun room. I've loved the series of the people, like Israel Iran, part 1, part 2, part 3. It's been a really good time.
Yeah, I love Iranians. The best people, honestly. The best.
Dude, I can't wait to for the Middle East to actually, what we can really do is that if we got collective and created like a chamber of commerce specifically focused on tourism, and then we could really introduce a new level of really fun themed resorts and casinos within the region. I know people don't like it when I go on and on about the casino idea, but I actually think that that Kish and all of these islands in the south of Iran would really benefit from like a large, lucrative
Tourism, yes, because they're
tourism
tropical,
industry.
they're beautiful. Like Iran has so much to offer. It's such an amazing country, and it's a shame that more people aren't able to travel there freely and experience its beauty. The people of the land, it is so diverse there. Hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, God willing, we see that in our lifetimes. And open Iran for everybody to visit.
Definitely open
For the Iranians.
present. And I can't wait to that time. I will open it because
Sherry's gonna open a casino.
I will come spend money in your casino.
You guys, we have to free Iran soon because all of our famous superstars and famous superstar like pop stars are dying. Like they're in their 70s and 80s now. So we really have to get to it. I know Sherry Gugu Shadidi, she was in Vogue Arabia last month with her granddaughter. So yeah, before they all die, we really need to free Iran so they can do one last conference.
Yes.
Azza Dejun, how are you? Yeah, no, my favorite thing is like when people are like, oh, like you, like Jews are white or they don't look Middle Eastern. I'm like, have you fucking been to Iran? Look at Azadeh, look at me. I mean, seriously.
I swear to God, my coworker asked me to be Middle Eastern. My mom's not.
Salam Azadeh.
Hello, sorry I was away.
It's okay, babe.
And by the way, I'm a Jewish.
Perfect. And look at her and look at me. This is like crazy, right?
okay, we still love you.
I love you by choice, not because.
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying that in America, people are like, oh, Jews aren't Middle Eastern. And I'm like, so have you ever been to Iran? You have like blonde white people with blue eyes, you know, and then you have people that are like tan, and then you have people that have red hair, and then you have people that don't have red hair, you know, anyway.
That's very true of the Levant, though, as well. Like Lebanese, Syrians, Palestinians.
Well, it's a little bit
It's such a
more
spectrum,
true.
yeah.
It's a little bit more true, not more true, but I'm saying it's really true in Iran because it's also got that ecological and biodiversity. So like the people that are obviously towards the north near the Caspian, who shared it with the Russians and the Georgians and, you know, own parts of those areas at different parts of the Persian Empire's time and stuff, there's a lot of influence in that. So like,
You know the Persian blue eyes? Like those ocean blue Persian eyes. I always think of them.
I always get freaked out by green eyes because Persian green eyes are really like light, you know, and a lot of Persian people have it.
Yeah.
They've always been redheads and blondes in the Levant anyway. It goes back to biblical times.
Yeah, it originated in the Middle East. Red hair. I mean,
Dude, so many Palestinians are redheaded and blonde.
Muhammad was
With blue
red.
eyes.
The prophet, he had a rosy beard. Yeah. Allegedly, as legend has it, he was redhead. Who knows? Maybe he even existed. I don't know, but was a redhead with really white skin. Yeah.
Why?
We are white. What do you mean?
Ahmed Timothy is a blonde, freckled, Bosnian-looking, Ashkenazi-looking Jew. Like she's like she looks like a cousin of mine, except like a really violent Nazi cousin.
It's really hard to figure sometimes how in public, not all the time, but sometimes it is actually really hard to tell if someone's an Arab or a Jew in public. Sometimes it really, yeah, honestly is. And I come from a smaller city, so like when I went to DC, and I've been going more for it, it's sometimes difficult for me to tell like the different ethnicities apart, you know?
This is the bane of my existence, is being called an Arab.
Trust me, I know.
Speaking Arabic to me. This is the bane of my existence.
It honestly really helps in America in a different way when you're, like, you know, if you're like Persian, Mizrahi, or Sephardi in the American workplace, when you're dealing with like anti-Semitism, right? Because people get really confused when they look at someone like me, or probably Toby, or even you, Yasmin, and they get confused because it doesn't fit like all of those white colonial mindset things. So it kind of puts me like over this last year, like I know that I feel very threatening to one of my coworkers because I don't fit anything in her preconceived notions and her biases of what a Jew is. When in reality, that's because you don't know anything about Jewry. You don't know anything about Jews, so therefore you have no clue, quote, what we look like.
They
You
don't
know
know
what I mean?
anything about the Middle East because the population, Jews and beyond, it is such a spectrum and such a multi-ethnic and diverse population. There is no one way to look at it. It's sort of this idea that the Middle East is just all brown and Arab and Sunni is so far from the truth, and it really just shows their own ignorance of understanding how diverse this region is. And it's a shame because also Arab nationalism has worked to promote that image of the Middle East. When in reality, the Arab, I know Americans like to use the sort of white versus black, colonizer, but the Sunni Arab is the white person of the Middle East. They're the dominant group there. They're the dominant religion, and they've had the dominant power for most of history. But I don't even like using these terms because you cannot use this Western ideology and apply it to a region that has an entirely different history, entirely different social organization, and an entirely different population. It's a fallacy.
We have to do a way better job, though. Like, we're really engaged. We have to do a better job, like, as we meld together in the Western world and we create our, you know, as we grow within our diasporic experience in the West in this new age, like, I do feel like we have work to do, and we can do that together collectively, so that we can have a stronger, more united front when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism. Because we deal with our own type of threats very much, you know, as we've seen. It's never been as apparent to me until it's October 7th, you know. Maybe I used to, as a person that, you know, I think Gabriel can kind of maybe like connect with what I'm saying or relate to what I'm saying. It's like, because like it's kind of difficult because now you come into phase with people that are part of your coalition who really don't like have sometimes are having their own. The IP conflict is like almost like causing them to have an identity crisis within themselves about their political allegiances and their mindsets and who they are. But you know, I'm gonna need those people to pick it up because I'm not gonna sit here and talk on the basis of human rights that any other group of if it was anyone other than the Jews, you would have had it. I unfortunately feel within my bones, down to my molecular level, that we wouldn't even have. I wouldn't even have to explain any of this. So I've had to lose a lot of friendships and honestly professional relationships because of the fact that I didn't feel comfortable growing with people that were still unsure about the morality of my people. that doesn't sit well with me. Right? I don't want to have to make the case.
100%.
Right? I don't have to
Yes.
make that case. Why should I make a case for why Jews who go to like a Lollapalooza as thing in their own country don't deserve someone to come over the Mexican border and storm in the middle of like, I don't know, what is it called? Fireman, Raining Man, whatever the fuck. Kill a whole bunch of music hippies. I don't think that's right. Why do I have to explain that to someone who also not see that as right?
No, 100%. And what Yasmin was saying about basically a takeover to a large extent of the region by Sunni Arab Muslims. That's really reflected in even very very like obvious things like Min ilmaya laumaya Palestine Arabiyya, from the water Palestine is Arab, is the actual saying that you hear in Arabic at every single quote-unquote pro-Palestine, but really it's a pro-Hamas rally at college campuses, right? You hear that in Arabic, chanted by the organizers. Then you hear the useful idiots in English going from the river to the sea, Palestine is free, which is a translation for Western audiences, right? And that is Arab supremacy. It's Arab supremacy, right? Like, Arabs absolutely belong in the region. Fuck, of course they do. But they are one of like 30 other groups. And in fact, 20 of those groups they conquered to one extent or another. So it's just crazy because if we said, from the water to the water, Texas is English, we would, and chant that, we would rightly be like, wow, you guys are fucking English supremacists. But like, for some reason, when it's like Arab, Americans only think that in like there's 4 ice cream flavors, right? And the Middle East is all one ice cream flavor, and it's the Arab ice cream flavor, and that's just stupid. It's dumb.
I remember growing up, I had a Syrian Christian friend named Rebecca, and like, my mom kind of made me stop being friends with her, but that's another story. That's more has to do with the Persian side. But anyway, like, I remember reflecting about it in college, and there was like this Iraqi guy, and then I said, yeah, I'm Iranian, first generation Iranian American. And then we started talking, and then like I was speaking, he's like, wow, I had no idea that there were like Jews in Iran, or I could already tell that he like had no idea. And then I was talking about I was talking about Assyrians, that I had Assyrian friends too, like, half of them are like, in the ones that are also in Iran. And he's like, oh, like they're in Iraq too. And then it just made me like, he wasn't a bad person. He wasn't a bad person, but it just really made me really think, like, bro, you have like no clue, right? Like that's like exactly how I assume maybe white people in America, I don't know, like maybe it was like, I don't know how to relate it to, but it's like I've never even heard of that, it's like you had no clue that in your country, like Saddam Hussein's second right-hand person, his doctor or lawyer, what was he, a doctor, Gabriel? That Christian guy, that Assyrian Christian guy was his right-hand man. Like, you like really had no clue, like you had no idea that there's like different ethnicities, different ethno-religious groups within the Fertile Crescent. Like, again, it's just so pompous. It's just such an era.
I don't think it's entirely a coincidence either, though. I believe that there's a concerted effort to sort of push everybody under the same umbrella in the name of Arab nationalism and sort of this erasure of people's unique history, certainly in North Africa as well down with your people. I do think there has been a concerted effort to try and erase that narrative in our histories. I've met Jews that didn't know that Persian Jews existed. It's like, where do you think Esther and Mordechai, like, where did that story come from? Where did you think these stories come from?
The two biggest, or the 3 biggest erasures, right, of how history is taught in the Middle East, right, and how now in American textbooks we're seeing some of this. Let's call it. You can call it Arab supremacy, or you can call it Pan-Arabism, you can call it essentialism, if you wish. But the first one is that there was no Arab Muslim slave trade; just didn't exist. there's black people in Iran, there's 11,000, black people in, Afro-Palestinians in Gaza living in a place called Al Aviv, which literally means like the slaves. But yeah, they're just we don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. That's the first complete lie, and it's an erasure. One of the reasons such an erasure is because there's still African continent originating slavery in some of these countries. That's one. The second biggest thing is that everyone's Arab and Muslim, and Islam has existed since the time of Adam, right? That is both a religious lie, okay, because Adam was not a Muslim, Abraham, was not a Muslim, Jacob was not a Muslim. Islam came after Judaism and Christianity, after Jews and after Christians. It's just a historical fact, live with it. And then the third thing is that everybody walking around speaking Arabic who is Muslim has always been that way, and that they're not actually indigenous Amazigh or Egyptian Copts, and one of 20 other ethnic and religious groups who were Arabized and went through Islamization. These three things are giant lies, and they're being perpetrated on 1 billion people right now.
They'll say that.
Gabriel, I have a question.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, sorry. I just have a question because Yasmin just basically said what I was trying to say, and I just want to ask you: don't you think there's a global agenda that essentially Islamism and Islamic expansion fits in? I'm just asking because I'm seeing.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
So actually, what Yasmin, I don't know. Something's happening because I've been agreeing with Yasmin for a good week now.
It's a new year beginning.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I like Zionist Barbie Yasmin. It's great. Look, the Ba'ath Party that she talked about, right, was that perfect concoction, right, of Pan-Arabism and communism, right? Pan-Arabism and socialism. And then when you look at Palestinianism, which I don't mean all Palestinians, I'm saying Palestinianism as a fictional movement that says that there were a people 3,000 years ago who were the Canaanites, who are actually today's Palestinians, right? And that the Jews are not like the real Jews. All that bullshit mixed into Palestinianism. The parents of Palestinianism are Nazism and communism. So you can pick Pan-Arabism and Baathism, or you can pick Palestinianism. They're both toxic mixes, and they don't serve the people who today call themselves Palestinian. They don't serve them.
Okay,
And they
duly
don't
noted.
serve Arabs either.
Yes, duly noted. But let me ask you this: is this the weapon of choice that's being used against the West
Yes.
in a global agenda?
Yes, 100%. It is 100%. It's a wedge, right?
Okay, so
It's a wedge to attack freedom of speech,
Yes.
gender equality for women,
there you go.
LGBT, especially gender equality for women. That's one of the things that threatens Islamists the most, more than anything in the world, okay? Because half your population is women. So it's attacking the West, it's attacking those things, it's attacking freedom of speech, especially with Charlie Hebdo and those types of things, right?
Yes.
It's attacking all the things that would emancipate Arabs, that would emancipate moderate Muslims or Muslims. Like Pan-Arabism and Islamism are really the enemies of civilization.
Yeah. And when they go into free societies and they go into countries that are democratic, like in Europe, the US, and Canada, they bring that with them. Almost, it looks like intentionally, they want to say, if you insult Muhammad, or if you insult Allah, or if you do this, there will be consequences. There was a discussion just last night in a room talking about, no, there isn't. It's a freedom of speech. It's protected speech, and you can't instill that. And they're like, no, you can't. And I was petrified when I heard that. And these are not old people. These are not the throwbacks of the 80-year-olds from the old Soviet bloc. These are young-minded people. I was like, are you kidding me right now? And I couldn't believe that kind of indoctrination has happened right under our nose, and they're only 30 years old and they're talking like this. So it was really frightening.
Sherry, you should have seen what happened. I don't even feel comfortable talking about this when I'm dealing with this current situation and as a place where I want to grow, professionally, in which I'm dealing with situation in which someone is trying to put their moral perspective, like, anyway, I don't want to say it, and I cannot believe that this person's an attorney, it's someone who's educated, someone who is moving, is a professional in my field. I just can't even fucking believe it. This is actually the way that they speak, and I don't know, I follow Mandana Dayani. I don't know, click on her, you should follow her, and listen to her.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
Because it's like truly like take a minute to reflect. Like you cannot be a feminist if you support the IRGC. You're not even listening to the wants and needs of the Iranian women. Please do not call yourself a feminist. Please do not call yourself an enlightened person, because to me it's just social political virtue signaling to make yourself feel better and be part of the social in-group that's in style in America. And you think that that's your actual real value set and your real morality and your real values. That's not it. That's just a puppeteered, engineered smokescreen of ethics that you decide to tie yourself to without any critical thought. And that's hurtful to people like me and others.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more, but this is even more reason to believe that there's a bigger agenda. That these are just little foot soldier operatives coming out and saying these moronic things. And you're like, what?
Well, it is. It's to create a state of lack of critical thinking and free thought to completely die. It's literally the war against freedom and tyranny. And it's actors around this age of false information, the false information age, and the type of wars we're going to have, not physical, actual military wars, but the actual, like, cold wars we're planning on having in the next decade. I can't even, it sets my bloodstream to, like, ice, because this is real. We're going to see more and more people. It's going to be harder and harder and harder for government to legislate in the technocratic age to be able to regulate this type of misinformation. By the time it's regulated, people have already been exposed to it, and it's spread like wildfire. So I don't even know if government is the right mechanism to fight this misinformation that is obviously being spread by the IRGC and Russia
It's been taught in schools.
and China.
Like my daughter just started middle school, grade 6. So I went online. I live in Canada, British Columbia, and I went on to the school curriculum, and I was shocked to see that some of the lesson plans that are offered to teachers, the teachers have some sort of like autonomy over what they want to teach, if they want to use these lesson plans, are provided by Sam Yu, which is this Marxist Muslim, sponsored by a PFLP guy. It's an option for my daughter's, she's in grade 6, for the schools. And so I contacted the school district and I said, what the fuck is going on? They're 10 and 11 years old. Why? Like, do you know who this group is? And then I started digging into it further. And all these groups, these lesson plans, they vote on it. At least in Canada, this is how they do it. They vote on these lesson plans, the lesson curriculum, and they're uploaded if they're approved. Notably that they decided to axe all Holocaust education. That's out. They voted that they weren't going to do any more Holocaust education for middle school in our province. And instead, we have Marxist-Leninist shit with like sprinkled with Islamism and Palestine. And I was speaking to some of the other moms. I have a lot of people, like Iranians are in where I am. It's in Tehran. There's a lot of Persians and Iranians here. And they're just beside themselves as well. They can't understand why this is even in a school curriculum. Why this is even being an option for teachers. And the teacher, I think, they don't understand this. They don't know this. They're young. They're usually Canadian, not of sort of Middle Eastern background. And it's absolute madness. I don't know how we go forward from here. That for my daughter's future, I'm planning on her going to Hebrew University or going to university somewhere else outside of North America. Because I think Canada is lost. When you have actual PFLP curriculum in your school system, I don't know where you go from there. It's I don't know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's going on.
Hey guys, I honestly thought I'm being ghosted. What's happening in Iran is actually what is religion do to people. Like religion was meant to bring calm to people, but right now it's dividing people to different categories, and also, as I think Roby was saying, making the brain lazy so people stop thinking. But since 2 or 3 years ago, like after this movement, what happened is like some things have been normalized. For example, women are not wearing scarf anymore. So even that hijabi woman now is used to seeing these girls in the street, and they're not prostitutes anymore in her eyes, because she's seeing normal people wearing those scarves. And now she's understanding that this is not as bad as she thought. So if there is a power to reduce down that religious belief, and then just keep it for themselves, not bring it in to social life, that can make it healthy. And in my opinion, this is what all of religions do. Like, for example, Baha'is. If these people have their own thingy, and then they used to be famous for being so nice and kind people, but since this battle has started between Baha'is and Muslims, and they wanted to distribute their religion like around the world, they're being so aggressive now. And I was arguing with some of them in one of these rooms, and I was telling them, you guys are famous for being kind, and because this is coming up from your religion, so you actually had something to obey it, and then like you have this stronger than Islam. Islam doesn't force you to be kind, but your religion does force you. So it's actually nice. It's a good thing. Because breaking the worst out of you. So what is the purpose of this religion? So in my opinion, like even right now in Iran, the fact that these Muslims, like these really harsh Muslims, are learning English to just come and argue with some other guy, that is an improvement. At least now they can learn how to search English and like read some English sources rather than those shitty sources that like they have.
Welcome to the stage, Tajwan.
Oh, sorry, Nessie. I just wanted to make one point about Sunrise June. I completely understand what you're saying. I do have to say, though, this is just from a person who grew up in a mixed household with parents that were quite secular and holistic. Both of them had very negative views towards religion, and just like, it's really hard. It doesn't suffice the curiosity of the mind when a person is in the pursuit of like answers to the universe, and you really don't get that that's really not allowed, understandably so, due to perhaps the traumas that your fellow parents, your parents have gone through. But also growing up in a new world, it can also cause a lot of confusion. So whatever the belief system in a home, whether it's atheist or religious or not religious, I think that it's worthy of like the examinations of the universe and the questions that a person's mind has to be answered, because it really did affect me as I got older, because I had to explore and learn things for myself. And it felt hard because my parents, I always felt like the guise of their judgment around like my need for collective religion, or not even collective religion, but what's it called, pursuing a relationship of spirituality with even a God. It was very difficult for them to deal with, and caused a bit of a wedge in my relationship with them for some time. So that's something that I feel that I've also talked to other Iranian Americans, first generation Iranian Americans, and they sometimes deal with that issue as well. So just saying that it's not necessarily that, from my perspective, I believe no religion is inherently good or bad. It has to deal with the reality of the context of the time in which religion is being used for whatever means, and it's manifesting its time, of where the people where the people are at, where the culture is at, where the time is at, where the resources are at, where the reality of life is at. I do think that that's when we really see the true might of religion. It either collects or it fragments society. So
I completely agree with you. See, although I don't have that, but for those people that have something to rely on, to go to when they need, it is actually really helpful. In my opinion, somebody who has explored and researched and then find out something that answers their questions or they can rely on, that is really good. That is really good for their healthness, their success, for everything. But if you are born in a specific religion family, like myself, I was born and raised in a Muslim family, and then if you get used to it, and if you think this is the only thing that exists, you stop thinking, you stop asking, and you accept all of those answers without even asking. At the moment, like people at my age, sometimes when I ask some questions, they call me stupid. They call me, "You're a stupid woman," because you don't understand. These are obvious, because they never thought about it. And if I'm telling them, I blame, even when my dad was in a surgery room, I had no God to call out and get help from. This is how God doesn't exist in my life. And they can't imagine this. Because they can't imagine this, so they think I'm stupid. They think I don't have the necessity of reasoning. I don't have any functioning brain to process that. If I can find a way to just let them think about this for a second, that this can exist as well. It's not I'm not fighting anything. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense for me. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't help me. I still can be a human being. I still can have morals. I still can be a very nice person, actually.
Of course. I meant more if the pursuit of knowledge is whether it's come from a religious family and they say no to thinking, no to growing, no to exploring, no to independent thought, no to inquiry, or you come from vice versa, no inquiry, you don't come from a religious household and it's no inquiry, no questions, no. It could have adverse effects, you know what I'm saying? It could both, the stopping of the pursuit of knowledge is always going to backfire, That's what I was trying to say.
Exactly. And unfortunately, this is a good tool for example, the Iranian regime at the moment to inject this in people's minds and abuse them. like these young people who are fighting for the leader or fighting for whatever the fuck decision he's making. They'll see later. Why not?
Can I just say, it's wonderful hearing Iranian women speak. I don't know, finally learning stuff. Sherry, you've been so good on this stage. I really appreciate you coming into the room. Yeah. Oh, Iranian men already know how great Iranian women are. Yeah, I think we pretty much know it, but hopefully they know it. Everyone but the Ayatollahs. Sorry. All the dudes except for the Ayatollahs. They're too busy gangbanging each other. I'm sorry, guys. I don't even mean to be so classless, but I just can't. Because I mean, that's what they do.
Videos.
We've seen the videos of them.
Yeah, because women don't look at them anymore, so they have to. Or maybe
Dude, I was watching 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Involuntary homosexuality.
Seriously, you don't even need to drop soap in a prison for that, you know. But what I was gonna say, maybe the Persians in the room can relate. I was watching 40-Year-Old Virgin, and remember that scene with the horse, sex scene.
Ew, were you thinking about the farm animal when maybe gave his whole speech about which farm animals you could have sex with?
I'm telling you the story that my mom said this exactly. When my mom goes like this, boy, Khomeini. She's like, sex tape of Khomeini. My mom choked out. Why are you watching Khomeini's sex?
I mean, it's just so outrageous that these people even have power. This man wrote a book describing which farm animals are permissible to have sex with, which ones you can ejaculate in, and who you can sell the it's just so outrageous. And that photo of him with all the little girls in the flowery cat, ugh.
Dude, I also it's Iranians, they're just not meant for Shiism. Can we just accept that we made it up in the 15th century because the Safavids wanted this 9-year-old Ahmad Shah to fucking be the Sufi Shia, right? So that they could actually turn around and annihilate the Turks, right? Because they were that's the real reason. All the Iranians know this, right? Sherry, doodle me out. Am I lying? I mean, it's the truth.
It's true.
It's the truth. Yeah, exactly. Well, it was exactly this, right? So then, we got Shiism, right? And then we got all of a sudden every fucking where. I don't know. Ayatollah, Imamzadeh, whatever the fuck's cousin, second removed, sharded here one time, built a 24-karat gold, I don't know, fucking shrine here, blah, blah. This one, Pete, the
they're building new ones, Roya. They're building new ones.
Boy, what are the new ones for?
So people can stop and then go there and spend some money. Now, if you and Imamzadeh, I don't know, at the checkout.
It's I don't know, this Imamzadeh, Jafar, whatever the fuck, 12 of them dudes, baby mama, gave birth to their love child left of this river, build a shrine. Oh, leave us alone? Yeah. All of the Iranian money is going towards building these fucking shrines. This isn't, are Iranians Buddhists? No, leave them alone. What are all these shrines doing here? Also, it's so funny to me because, in Iran, people will have it'll be the death of some sort of I don't know, whoever the fuck. It'll be this imam died and then his cousin died the next day or whatever the fuck. And then all the Iranians are just using it as an excuse to go on vacation. They're like, you know what, go ahead and have your imam did whatever the fuck. We're going to Dubai for a weekend to get away from you guys.
I don't know if you saw this video on Ashura. This year they're actually joining that celebration or whatever without a scarf. It was really nice.
That's crazy. So question, these pictures we see of Iranians in these aren't just in northern Iran, right? This isn't just like I'm walking through Italia and all the rich girls, with their real Louis Vuittons and their passports to Belgium. This isn't just that echelon of people, right? I want the people in this room to hear it's not just the elite class that in Iran that are supportive of the revolution and supportive of change.
Yeah, but honestly, obviously the rich people, they live in certain neighborhoods. But the picking of scarves, I am originally from not originally, my dad is from a little a village that they used to be very religious. And then my parents normally go there for summertime. My mom was saying, even in that little village, girls are not wearing scarf anymore. They go out with t-shirts and jeans, and nobody's even looking at them. This is a huge change. And I live in a world like that. I go out and then nobody even looks at me. This is a huge change. I used to be uncomfortable from normal people looking at me and my scarf was falling off my head. Just from normal people in the street. But right now, nobody even looks at me. It's being normal now.
Thank you.
Government.
So I was asking که منظورم این بود که فقط اینجوری نیستش مثلا شمال شهر مثلا به کسی گیر نمیدن مثلا تو فکر Okay, cool. So,
even in little villages, small cities, and then it's not forcing everyone to become their scarves. They can still have their job, but it has to be by your choice. It shouldn't be forced.
Hello guys, how are you? Sunshine. I'm living in Iran right now. I'm living in a
My name
religious.
is Sunrise.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm living in Iran right now. I'm in a religious city. I'm in Khorramabad, and the most of the people are actually poor and religious, and the way of their thinking is actually way back in the ancient times. But in the last months, things are actually changed here too. I see girls, I see women here that walk into the streets and don't have any hijabs, and nobody actually don't mind it, and nobody care about it anymore. Things are changed here too, even in a religious city.
Yeah, about this is a city where it's not only religious, it's they have their own traditions as well. So I think Khorramabad was one of the last cities to join the movement because their opinion is the man should protect women. So they're willing to give up their stuff. It is increasing power. So if he's saying this is happening in that city as well, this means a real change.
No, the reason
And
that
surprisingly, honestly, I see girls going to parks and jogging with leggings and tops, actual top.
the reason that Khorramabad was one of the last cities that joined the movement is not about religious or it's not about Islam. The actual reason is most of the people in Khorramabad are actually working in military or IRGC or organizations like that. They are,
But they buy them.
most of them.
They buy them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the main reason. For example, if you look at Baluchistan, look at cities in Baluchistan or even Tabriz or even Isfahan, they are religious. There are religious cities there. There are religious people there. But in Isfahan, in Baluchistan, or even Tabriz, they were one of the first cities who joined the movement. So it doesn't really have to do anything with religion. The reason is they bought the people here, but things are actually changed here for the last months, and that's surprising.
And Julia, it's scary. don't think like we earned this easily. It's just scary because at the beginning they were actually really aggressive. Even right now, they stop your car, they fund you, like stuff like this. But it's not like it's not easy to fight against them.
Never once did I ever think it was easy. I cannot even believe the level of, like, that's why I used to be so afraid of what people would think of me. My mom and dad always wanted me to just pretend to be like, you know, as white as possible, as American as possible. Don't bring up stuff, act this way, act that way. But I've never been more proud to like be first generation Iranian American and first American and a Jew ever in my life. In my life, I've never been so proud of my identity. I'm so shocked, and I just feel like I'm just not shocked. I'm not even surprised. Like the level of badassery of like Iranian women is truly like, let's take if the people of the Middle East truly want change, take a book out of the Iranian people's book. It's the women and children that are just sitting there listening to their pathetic Ayatollah Islamist husbands. Like, take a minute and think, like, I don't know, I just can't even, you know, it's hard for me to even fathom because this is the level that I see in Iranian women. So it just shocks me when other people's are not at the same level. So yeah, you guys, I think that like if we get a new cabinet, maybe Iran in the next 10 years could have its first woman prime minister. I don't think that would be so bad for peace or just, you know, good times. Anyway.
Honestly, they easily, they can do that easily. At the moment, I think
Iranian Golden Mayor.
An Iranian Golden Mayor. Except Iranians are really, really materialistic and vain, so she's gonna look like a supermodel. No offense to Golden Mayor, okay?
No.
One of my heroes. Yeah. So the prime minister will definitely have a surgery nose, but she's gonna look chic, you know. She's gonna have a Rolex on one hand.
Plastic or make it Madison.
I know, but you know, our prime
you
minister.
have natural beauty as well. It's not all plastic.
Oh my God, Sunrise is so sweet. Yes, of course. Yes, in her youth, in her prime, yes. She had to make lots of hard decisions, you guys. That's gonna cause aging too. It's not like she was bad, you know, for her the time. She was fun. Adi is a turn. So you're from Kodamabad?
Yeah,
Nice. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Wow. So what's life where you like in Iran, and how are your friends feeling about this most recent? Why is everyone afraid? What are they thinking?
In Khorasan particularly, people just, when Iran attacked Israel, people just panicked and started going to gas stations like usually. And in the streets, the government used its propaganda, played its own music and waved Islamic regime's flag and stuff like that. And the people's opinion is most of them don't really, right now, when I go to college, when I talk to my friends, most of them are not really scared anymore, They are just, it's like they don't even care about war anymore. I don't know why, but the young generation is like, is just waiting for the war to be started. I don't know why they are thinking like that. They think that the war is going to be a good thing for Iran. Actually, they think if Israel attacks Iran and the war starts, it's going to be good for Iranian people. But I don't think that personally. I think the war, at the end of the day, the war would hurt ordinary people, and there would be no good effects for us after all. And I had some friends in Iran who were supporting this regime, and after the Mahsa Amini incident, they just changed. They just after Massa Amini's incident, they just changed their side. A couple of my friends got arrested for their political views, and yeah, that's it.
Your 22-year-old friends were arrested because they have political views. Imagine if people on Columbia or Yale's campuses knew what it was like to be arrested for their political views. Maybe they wouldn't be so nonchalant about the way that they use their freedom of speech. How about that?
Yeah. My friend was actually 20 when he got arrested, and he got sentenced for 3 years. 3 years in prison only for just tweeting. Only for tweeting against Islam and Islamic leader Khamenei.
And so let that be a lesson. Let that be a lesson to the students in the chat that come up here and tell us to stay quiet and don't talk. And what are you talking about? Things can get worse. Listen to this young person in Iran telling you the realities of the oppression. We are outside the country. I understand. And I have felt the frustration of those that say, oh, you're outside of Iran. Why do you even care? It's none of your business and so forth. The people that are on the ground that have to live under this iron fist, this is what we're talking about. This is the oppression. This is the injustices. And the Islamists that were in the room that were telling me that Islam is about justice. Gabriel, do you remember that word that was used? I almost lost my mind. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
We see
Islam is about everything but justice.
I'm sure it's my first time to be expressed from this, and I like to be expressed.
Speak up.
I said my name is Mr. Burak. My first time to express, and I like to greet everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Shingenyaru. My name's Sherry.
It's my first time on this platform.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to greet you.
Okay, thank you, Colin. All right.
I want to add something to Rosa. The most of people think we are fucked up as we can already, and they don't care about the hearts. Why they don't care? They think this is not be worse than this is, and that's why they don't care about war.
Isn't that so sad to have zero hope about your life's prospects? You guys, that is the worst part about the IRGC is that they've killed people's ability to dream about their own life, about their own future. And I can't believe it. I'm really embarrassed by all these crazy American people that just say things without thinking and don't even pay attention. That's why I write I'm not trying to be UN or whatever, but when I say human rights are imperative, honestly, everything I'm saying is the human rights base. I mean, seriously, can you actually call yourself a proponent of human rights if you are okay what's happening in Iran? I mean, give me a fucking break.
You know what you should do to them? I think they should be sent, they should be sent to a Muslim country. If they can survive 6 months and live in a Muslim country, that they can continue defending what that they cannot really understand what it is. Really, they should send them as like a part of a college experience. Send them to see what it is really in practice what it is.
Gabriel, are you still here? Is he here?
He's probably walking his dog.
The most incredible thing about this room, Raya, and thank you for making the space, is that we haven't seen Soren around. You think he's
yeah.
It is.
First of all, this Roddy's here. Look at him. He comes off mic. Go ahead, Roddy.
No, because I have to send some case for that statement. So Soren in the beginning was somewhat like intelligent in how he conducted himself. He was very inquisitive. He was giving some sources. We read those sources together, saw how it doesn't support what he said, and I gave him other sources, and he said, "Oh, okay, that's fine." And he held his, decorum in some sense, like he wasn't interrupting, and so on and so forth. And with time, for some reason, he started to interrupt much more. He didn't learn anything. He using the same exact arguments, and he became more and more. Don't want to say crazy, but I don't have any other words to describe him. Well, annoying and crazy and like. All of those things. So I think the same exact pathway as this is taking right now for some reason, and I predict that he will have this Soren psychosis. Okay, I think I made my case now.
Dude, Soren is legitimately I hate to say this. Wow, I've talked so much today when I have laryngitis. Sorry, nurse. Yes, me. My apologies. He keep asking.
One last thing, I'm sorry. And he's not in this room because I blocked him.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that makes complete sense.
Thank God. Oh my
He-
God.
This is my thing. I turn around to him and he says, I say, if you love IRGC laws of governance so fucking much, you go live under it.
Yeah, get out of
That's
the
why are you racist? Men of that. Exactly. Because even the IRGC, what's it called? The children of the IRGC, beneficiaries of the IRGC, they want to just go ahead and bend over once a year like those poor guys had to do for P. Diddy, except these ones like it, right? So they get the P. Diddy effect, except Ayatollah remix, right? And then, so sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
you
so
will be
sorry.
paid $100 per month, and
Yeah.
you will be treated in a specific way.
Yeah, of course, nakatay basi mawai para ipoponikin, nabay pupumonishtige, abishmishkane, bari called anyway. So he does a couple questionable things, but he gets to live like a lavish king in a society where there are Western values and freedoms. I'm so sorry if this Ayatollah bullshit stuff is so wonderful, is so worthy of defense. Why don't you go fucking live under their rule? Why does Sunrise and Bichara have to do it? Why does Azad have to fucking do it? Why does Shipping have to do it? Why does Ali Rizza have to do it? If you like it so fucking much, you go live under it then, asshole. You like to take the money of our nationalized gas and oil, use it on prostitutes because obviously no one wants to sleep with your disgusting ass, right? So you have to go pay, a prostitute to sleep with you. So, I mean, what is it good? That's the
It's so holistic on those people. Wait, just 1 second. 1 second. Breaking news in the Washington Post. They said that Israel will attack Iran in the next 48 hours, and the Americans are in high, and America is in high alert.
Yeah, and probably they will just cut the internet, and we won't have internet for probably next 2 days.
Which makes me very angry, by the way.
You were asking about the last couple of days, what happened in Iran when the attack happened. Honestly, the normal people, for example, my mom, my dad, normal people who have spent their life in building this country. It was so stressful for them, and in their opinion, the history was repeating, and they were going to experience the same shitty days that they have experienced before. And it was so painful. For example, for me, I was a little kid when the war happened. But right now, I have something else to fight for. And I have my means I'm not even scared of being dead because like living this way is just not okay. But for them, like it's the amount of time that they should be relaxed and it's their retirement, and now they just have to see to what they have built in their life and so on. But it was so stressful for normal people in Iran.
So, that was so touching. You know, something the Rookster said yesterday in the room, is he in here? I saw him on stage earlier, but Rookster said that if you've noticed, and you may have noticed, Roddy, Soren doesn't speak Farsi. Every time you speak to him, he doesn't respond in Farsi, and so he's saying something that I actually noticed too. We don't think he's Iranian.
No, Cherry, I heard.
You did? Emma,
Yes.
I did, Sherry June Baba, I started being mean to him. You know the ways that only us Iranians can. He started talking about Kado, Mado, or was that not Soren was saying like, oh, did you enjoy your Rosh Hashanah gift? And I said, that was
Hysterical. Usually Rookster doesn't say Kado.
He knows
Maybe he did.
No, من بهش نگفتم که واقعا نمیدونم because he was in the I think one of the Iranian rooms and he was speaking Persian for the first time I heard his Persian speaking. I think 2 days ago there was a room here by Kirsty Moshe Mother maybe for 2 minutes. So, but always I have a question about this idiot and why I think he's coming off. This is the main question.
These tags. You guys, Kosh means
Yes.
cursed out, and then Karo mother means sister and mother. So I cursed that his mommy is sister and mommy. So anyway, continue here.
Yeah, but
That's
the
should.
funny thing is, a lot of people message me why Kirsty and why you are not tolerating. So because talking to this idiot is very wasting time, I think. Because his mission is going, I told him you are Mikhail, means you are just advertising war. And
You don't have the gut. You don't have the gut.
yeah, and I know if the war is happening, this idiot is definitely he's not joining any war, just sitting somewhere very calm place. Just he's advertising the war and encouraging people, and he's going to other rooms to and representing himself as an Iranian, but he's not part of us. He's idiot. And
He's Mosul Chartreuse. He's that kind of rules.
yes, of course.
He is a Chartreuse. He is a fucking spy.
Yeah.
What is the most disgusting thing that people are like Soren? Like,
Guys, you know why they're advertising the war, right? Because they don't have manpower. Obviously, I'm not going to if there is any war happening, I'm not going to fight, and their own people are not going to fight either. So they know they don't have the manpower, and they believe IRGC. They believe they're not good in media. So at the moment, what they're doing, they're trying their best to use media and just advertise the war in hopes of to like scare people.
Hi guys. Hi, sorry, I was literally listening to you guys. I'm very new with this club and so interesting. Just wanted to say hi.
Tell us more about you, Auntie June. Where are you from?
What?
Are you in the Congo?
Actually, obviously, I'm Iranian and I was in this country. I don't know anything about this group. I just was like literally my memory of my phone was completely full. I tried to delete some of the application on my phone, and I was like interested to go on this and see what is this. And I found out I've got account. I don't remember how this happened, but I do remember one of my Iranian friends recommended me, and actually, it's very interesting because I could see them like in little rooms, every group, and I found out there's a Iranian flood, and I said, okay, interesting. Let me just see. And I mean, listening to you guys. Well, I've been in UK. I don't know. Are you guys from all over the world, or is only from UK, or I don't know how it's worked?
All over the world. We have friends from inside Europe, friends from Israel, friends from America, everywhere.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm from UK, and I've been here for around like 25 years. I haven't been to Iran, and then my parent doesn't allow me to go. And I was literally protesting against this regime a while ago, but emotionally it does affect me a lot. And I was under the treatment because I couldn't control my emotion. I really avoid the news. I don't know anything about news. I just try to skip the news. I don't follow anything because it's like give me a heartbeat and emotionally affecting me. And I'm a nurse in a hospital, and sometimes my colleague just texts me and say, "Oh, hi Ati, how's everything? How's your family?" I said, "Oh gosh, what's going on? I don't know anything." And then they just said, "Oh, you don't know what's happening in Iran and Israel," and I really don't follow, but somehow, even without asking, I'm involved already. But the thing is, I don't believe in any of those because I know this is political. They just display what they want us to see. Simple as that. The God give us wisdom, and what not the like actual God is, I would say, like universal energy. We have a wisdom to think about it. I don't believe anything under the table. They're laughing at us. That's what I believe. And political doesn't know brother and sister. به قولن سیاست پدر مادر نمیشناسه.
Alright, your room is blessed. Ati is the second person who is coming on this platform for the first time tonight.
Yes.
Well, welcome, Auntie June. This is we try to keep this space as safe as possible. We've been doing a series of discussions around the conflict, and now we've been doing a series of rooms in regards to the Iranian people in Israel against the IRGC, because that's very much something that we know to be true, that this is a fight that Israel and Iranian people have the same common enemy. And so, yes, that's really, we've been in this room for hours, I think, at this point, but yet it keeps getting more and more dynamic and interesting. So welcome to the space. Please follow the club. Yeah. So
Can I ask for excuses from this our Russian friend? He's kind of nonsense in chat.
Who? What? جواب کیو میخوای بدی؟
اسم میگم روسر میشه دنیش کنید؟
روسه کیه؟ نه بابا این یارو هندیه کسخوله کسخول ببخشید به الفاظ کمی فقطش
I was looking for Rusari. I was thinking, okay, just
Russian.
نه روس نیست هندیه Sohrab, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, thank you.
نظرتو بگو اگه دوست داری هستم Colin, Fred, stay in listening mode. Sohrab, did you say? Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
This Roya is my best friend here, and I
ESP, and I think they
Sorry, but you kid, Miss Moya doesn't understand.
He's from Africa.
Yani Afrika'ya taze Türkiye'nin çoğuşan şey kendi ülkenin tuzları.
Oh, is that what he said? You know what that is? Okay, yeah, alright. Make it work. Holland, this is just a room in which people talk about global, anything that's interesting, and it's for people that actually want to have an enlightened conversation. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's listen a little. Showed up to asking us that.
I have been living in Iran for 40 years now. I know the people of Iran. In Iran there are three groups of people. One of them they support Islamic Republic, and another group of people they don't support and they fight against this IRGC. The third group they are neutral, neutral people. They don't have any side, and I'm thinking about these people, the third group of people that they are neutral. And by the time that this time, I don't know if war started between Israel and Iran, in Iran, in Iran country, and I don't know on which side they would choose, they stand for. And I'm thinking about these people, they are not, some of them, they are religious people. They are Shia, but they don't support IRGC. They don't believe in Vilayat Faqih. They are neutral people.
I think that more than 80% of Iranians are against the regime. Less than 20% are supporters, and those supporters are even mostly because of their benefiting from this regime. And as long as they see, most of them, that they won't any more benefit from this regime, they will stop the support. And for the 80%, the neutral people that you're referring to, they are not neutral. They are against the regime, but they don't take any action because they are too busy with the misery that this regime brought for them in past 50 years. So they don't take action, but they are not neutral. I mean, I've been living in this country for more than 40 years, and wherever I go, whoever I talk to, I can easily say that 80% are against this regime. But
I just say to their own staff, like the regime staff themselves. According to that, 83% of Iranians are not happy with the situation, of any kind.
Okay, if we imagine that just 20% of people they are support IRGC, the number is 15 million people.
Out of that 20%, 10% of them are they have their life expense from the regime. They're benefiting from the regime. They're not wrong supporting.
Yes, they do. They benefit of the regime. Their life is completely depend on regime, supporting this regime, but 10 million people.
So if I give them more money,
if
I give them more money, they take my side. You know what I mean?
Okay, he's talking about the rest 10 million people. Let me give you a very live recent example. I mean, we have some far friends that, my parents actually, they are so religious. The guy has been in Basij for many years, and he's now kind of like middle-aged guy. and he has a daughter. She's too religious, too much defending the leader and everything. She's just practically an idiot. But in the same family, the mother and the son, they are against the regime. And it was really funny. They had a conversation that she was telling to her father that you have to go to Lebanon and to fight for the Hamas or whatever Palestinians. And it was a wonder to me that why you are not asking your own husband, why you're asking your father to go to fight, why you're not asking your husband to go to fight because you need your husband. It just in the same family. I mean, you can see this difference, and we will see because according to the news, it will happen soon. I don't know how big it will be escalated, but you will see who will go defend whom.
Yeah, okay, regardless, sort of, June, so what are you upset about, or what does this have to do? There's if the numbers as far as support from the Iranian people for a regime change, it's overwhelmingly, it kind of goes without saying. I mean, the numbers are just there, so it's clear as day that they're ready for a change. Now, what is it that the point about the 20 million or 10 million who do support? What's your point about it?
I want to say that there are people that, I know them well. There are people that they are ready to sacrifice themselves for this regime, for their
Then they will sacrifice themselves, then they will be sacrificed. If somebody is ready to be a shaheed to something so asinine and backwards, if they are ready to put their lives on the line for something like this, then that is ultimately their choice.
I encourage them. We encourage them to go and
I encourage them, please.
Yeah,
Go become a shaheed in the way Sirata Mustaqim. Please. Join Dideros.
Allah will be there shortly.
Allah will be at the end of it, ending the chant, please.
I don't want to encourage anyone to kill them.
Dice Mohammed Shikar, que uno spicorare.
I
Dice
feel like listen, and obviously there are some people who are really bothered and really mad and really emotional. So those people may take some actions. Instead of those people taking actions, it's better these people go and sacrifice their own lives and become a shaheed. And they will be rewarded in
72 virgins I have.
Wow. Happy Daddy. What a great show. 72.
Those 72 virgins have been reduced to 25, and the 50 of them are still getting.
They're saying that there are like some cute guys as well, but apparently those cute guys are not even like used for women. The guys are taking them as well.
They're going to heaven. It's the voice of Jerry.
Yeah, it's a shame that those 72 virgins are actually 72 dreams.
So, listen, technically, that's the point of open democracy. If they were to establish their own IRGC party to participate in, parliament or whatever the hell, be my guest, and they can do the best that they can to garner votes. But I really doubt that. What is this supposed to mean? I mean, as the IRGC ever, کجای IRGC tolerant کرده به minority. Okay, with minority چی میشه شare to فارسی؟
I am from a religious family. I support ideologies, but I don't support terrorism policies. And sometimes we have some kinds of argument, okay, in home. And but the point is, if the war starts,
Yo, what's up?
it's directly wrong.
Roy,
Am I supposed to fight against my father?
Nigga.
I'm sorry about that.
I think you remove Sora as a
Well, I think that most fanatic people are just fanatic in words. They are not going to take action because they've been saying that they are wish to go to fight against Israel anywhere, but you see that it's been going a war in Gaza for more than a year. No one went there. Even in Lebanon, it's started. No one's going there. They don't need visa. I mean, they offered to buy tickets for them, but they're still here. They just go to the Palestinian Square in Tehran and shout.
Actually, it's not that easy. They can't really go in the war situation. Like there's a involved in not everyone is allowed to. So, and honestly, these people, like I would say that these people who are here with their thoughts and their ideas and their opinions, and it's make it clear. So I know how many of them exist and how many of us exist. The worst part of those people who is upset, that they are on hands, they cannot take action. So they will become expenses on action, and they will stop the whole of So I prefer most people
What's Sorrel saying about reality now?
Well, I think he's just talking about, well, there's people that can support leadership. Okay, there's people that support Obama, there's people that support.
There's people that support, saint worshiping. I get it, but. Stiamo andando a solo.
Dice la vita, ok, posso già se possono ayatollah
You cannot kill millions of people in my anything about killing millions of people.
There's no bad access happening. One is the bit of Exactly. ما بعد ما نیستیم که خلقی گرفت بچه NSS مردم ایران رو کش. ما مثل اون کوهسترها نیستیم که بتونه بتونه هیچ قربت چون مرد نیستیم بیرونمون اندازه یه دونه سنجاق مخفیه گرفتیم بتونه هیچ نوع چی میگن honor چیه شری why children fucking میزنن افتخاری مثل چی گرفتن مردم رو میتونستن صاف تو چششون نگاه کردن از نامردم ناکس بودن پشت سرشون کشتنشون relax. Nobody wants to execute style the way that these disgusting ayatollahs did to the children of Iran. Trust and believe no one is going to act like you. Act like that. Anyway, go ahead, Ross. Your rock is your stand.
I was just going to correct the honest actions
Isharat, Isharat. Literally they're, like if you call them Isharat, they get more triggered than if you call them much more stuff. Exactly what they are.
Don't worry, we are not going to try to get you guys to plant 10 million people. Unlike you guys, we're not going to try to get the blood. We're not going to try to get the blood that is owed to us for the lives of Masa Amini and the people that represent Masa Amini. This is so disgusting. Oh, the only one to support you, you're not going to support me,
I have an unpopular opinion about these people. I think we should try to convince them actually come to them. You know, even though they killed us, even though they imprisonated us, even though they made our lives harder, they made my sister, they made my mother's life harder. I think we should come to them with respect and try to convince them, because convincing one message means you are probably saving someone's life in the peace movement. You are probably preventing him from making someone blind in the peace movement. So I think in these situations when there is peace happening, when there is no movement in Iran, we should actually try to touch them, and maybe they change their side. That's what happened to my classmates. I talked to them and they changed their mind. So maybe some of them changed their mind as well.
Which people are we talking about?
We are talking about IRGC supporters.
The thing is, I think it's so true. The support against the IRGC is so high that it's not even, we can at least rest assured, because these are not our numbers, this is the IRGC's numbers. Okay, we can rest assured that the people do not support the regime. And so no matter what, you can create a relationship with, you can try to take over Iraq if you try to, you can go and create and do whatever you need to do in Syria. You can go give as much money as you want to Hezbollah and Lebanon. You will never have the support of the Iranian people again in your life. You will never have the majority support of the Iranian people. So, based off your constitution, based off that reality, there is going to be change no matter what. Yeah. Dude, please, I'm not interested. I'm married. I have 2 children. Please. Oh my God.
I'm from Iran. I'm looking for a wife, please.
Yeah, that's wrong. You're in the wrong room.
I'm looking for a wife, please.
You're in the wrong room.
No.
Yes.
I want wife, 3 children from Iran, please.
This is the only way to get wife.
No, Daniel, you're being so annoying. And first of all, we're scared now. It's not out and we're not in. So get the accent right. My God.
I'm from Iran. I need a wife.
You need a brain. Yeah. Look at
Your aim is like really bad. I don't know how you can.
Look at Rodriguez. And here's
I think his right hand will do the job for him.
Daniel is a nice guy. He's just usually, I think he's high a little. He's usually a very shy Jewish guy from Canada. I think he really does want a Persian wife, though. Just saying. Anyway.
Wait, 50% of the cake.
Daniel,
Wait, is it kind of the blue? Yeah, it's kind of blue.
yeah, it is.
I don't know, 3 motherfuckers.
Oh, there's fucking. Okay, Miss Hodgson, wait, what was your prayer? Was it, attention, Hazrat? So what was it again? You wanted, you been a good bit. Jag är Brody. So, and what place that, Sherry, can you translate it? We'll do that.
What's this? She keeps up at that one.
Hello in Farsi, so it's a style. It's like hello to the praise, praise soldiers, I know what it was
Well, there's somebody in the stage who's acting like Quasimodo.
She's not here yet.
Oh, she's very militant and stuff, you know. They're like the same ones that go around in white vans of her morality police. Yeah.
Bring her up. Bring her up.
But yeah,
But what's so wrong? Well, I don't know. She said, I don't know what happened.
I saw her before we got.
It's not like you can.
He's saying if Israel attacked my country, I'm not gonna stand for them, and they won't throw candy.
Okay, don't stand for it then. Go join your Amazon your Amazon or his go join them then. Go each other again. And there's lots of room. Okay, you don't want this go join them. Hashtag take everyone you want to. No problem. Go to see children and I get it. Go enjoy. What the fuck? Islam is more important than your country. Your country. I mean, Denny, you really actually think it is Islam? He's saying the regime is more important.
That's even worse.
That's even worse. Yeah. And I'm okay with it. Go fight. Yeah. Murder that. I can say that. But we don't do that. We don't have to do that. That's right. It's like legitimately the time for talk, like, what's it called? Cocktail hour, dinner conversation. Let me convince you this, that. I don't know. Read at the back the cast. If this dog. So what else do you need from مردم خودمونم که رحم ندارن که چه توی پرواز باشن چه توی زمین باشن چه توی ماشین باشن چه So I mean, what evidence do you need? What else do you need? Or is that $100 you may or may not be getting worth all of this blood of your fellow countrymen? Please, Lord, take your hold of inside your heart with you. I'm so sick of this. I cannot understand regime supporters at all. I can't. I don't want to be on the emotion, but I honestly cannot understand, like, 2 nights ago, these people were supporting the kids in Gaza, and they were crying for the kids in Gaza, and that was the main reason they attacked Israel. That, like, they didn't even bother to see what was happening inside. Like, I mean, I don't understand this logic.
They don't see us as Iranians. They think we are paid Israeli paid by Israeli government. They don't see us as humans.
They actually don't go as countries like Iranians at home. They believe in governments and independence. They don't do toilets and they don't do government and Islamic people. Yeah, like confidence in Islamic is said as in one of his speeches. In all of the countries, they have Islamic people.
Have you ever heard the expression "Atashbeh Khiyar"?
What does that mean? No,
This is an expression that was raised up by Khamenei. This means that people are allowed to take actions on their own. He used this expression on one of his speeches, I think in 98, like when the protest was for gas, like the price increase of gas. So in one of his speeches, he started saying that people are allowed to take actions on their own. And then he noticed that this had a lot of side effects, and it was not okay. So he had to go and make another speech to explain what does this mean. And then he polished it and said, I meant in social media and software, like taking action in actual war, like software. After that, these normal people, like they call normal, they are allowed to do anything that they think is right to keep their country safe and secure. This was like the worst thing happened to this country. Now, anyone in the street who thinks that you are putting the country in danger, they are allowed to kick you, to punch you, to kill you, just because the leader said. How stupid the leader of a country is to not even be mindful about the words coming out of his mouth.
I don't even have to look at this. Look at the fact that these idiots had 15,000 vials of vaccines. They have the vaccine, exactly. They are so stupid that they didn't realize that they need to do 2 doses. So get it that use 15,000 doses at once without having the second Pfizer dose. And instead, they let the poor people of Iran use that disgusting Chinese AstraZeneca or whatever it was. Like, now you see so many Iranians are dying from heart attacks, stuff like in their 40s and 50s at a higher percentage. Have you guys seen that? You guys been seeing that? That so many Iranians are just dying because of the aftermath of the cardiac issues. They don't give a shit. I don't understand. These guys are so obsessed with themselves that they were خودشون اگه نکنستن فرصت are باید به خودشون یک بار بدن and that's what that ترسن. That's the thing. I think we forget how much these people really want to live, even though they are proud to make every other Iranian a shaheed. Every life lost for them is a gain. I swear to God, that is really what they think.
You know the news or not, when the COVID actually started to show up in Iran, it was, I think, in January, sometime in January. They hide it from the people. So the protest that Rizaloi Bahman can happen. People can go in the street and do the protest of Rizaloi Bahman, and then they announced that the street of this virus.
Disgusting. It should you know how is this even in government? How is this even, I don't understand. Really, Sunrise, I too am a born, I like to pride myself on my rational thinking and such, and seriously, I just really cannot understand at all why someone after 47 years could still be okay with this regime unless they were directly benefiting from it. Hello.
How are you doing, guys? I mean, just regarding the delay, the announcement of the COVID, I don't think it's exceptional to Iran, given that the US, Trump, doesn't put in and all the governments doesn't put in money. The stability of the government. So I don't think it's an argument either for or against the regime, honestly.
Yeah, this can happen for security reasons or for like controlling the country and then like overcoming the situation. But the fact that Iran's reason for that was that the day after, this is specific protest that I'm talking about, the day after they announced it. And then, like if they knew, so the protest shouldn't happen.
They would have suited them. I mean, like it's not that it makes sense. It have been a good coincidence for them. But the delay and also, I mean, the heart failure actually, as a matter of fact, is much more, I'm saying, conspiracy theory tied to the use of Pfizer vaccine rather than Chinese vaccine. Because the Chinese vaccine is a classic vaccine, not the RNA-based one, which has probably this false conspiracy theories. So, as a matter of fact, the people who had the Chinese vaccine are better off than those who had the technology that's proved not to be that much of a useful one.
Okay, and you're making all these minuscule points. Yes, okay. Whatever it may be, the government injected in the regime injected in themselves first. When a governing body is technically supposed to be protecting the greater civilians of their nation, right? They're not a monarchy that should be shooting up the first dose of medication that hits the market and the nation for all of the Abazadas and Ayatollahs. Would you not agree? Or unless you don't agree with that. Okay, and all these minuscule things that you're pointing out, what is the greater point you're trying to say?
I mean, because the
Also, the holding places were not closed, were not shut down until the third one. Like there's a place in Mashhad, they weren't closing it down. Yeah, they weren't closing it down.
that's normal. I mean, even if Israel and Iraq, they could have closed synagogues and views or closed. So,
I don't fucking care like what other
no, but I mean,
I don't care what other people do. Like we're talking about rational, we're talking about like you're talking about your nation's happiness and your nation's willing. So you should think rational. It is okay if your people don't go and pray in this COVID place, just in case.
that's the churches refuse to close down. So in Israel, synagogues refuse to close down. So how is it different?
Israel's vaccine treatment for people in the country. I'm pretty sure Israel the second round of vaccination will be started in the US.
Yeah, Israel vaccinated first, and of course, different religious minorities did not want to do what the government said to do, the safety of the people. But that is not the same thing as the government saying we will not shut down holy places. The government said we will shut down holy places and certain people because they believe in religious faiths that we're not going to do it. But again, in Iran, the government didn't shut down the holy places. The effect is not the same.
Because Iran is a religious state. Israel and the US are not. So yeah.
No, that is ridiculous. Israel's government has a religious wing, and the rabbis of the religious wing said because of the safety of the population, we must shut down the holy places. The most religious rabbis that who are employed by the state said no, the safety of the people must come first. And yes, some people didn't listen and they opened up religious spaces. So I think it's a pretty good analogy, actually. It's a very different choice. And around religious holidays in Israel, they vaccinated first before they opened up the spaces and required that the streets and the holy places be not until they had saw the COVID rates went down. And when they went up again, they shut them again.
And yes, individual synagogues and neighborhoods did like it, which is perfectly reasonable. Very developing.
The difference here because the people who refuse to close down synagogues and churches, they don't do it with the prior knowledge that it would be a backward generation.
Again, no one gives a shit about these small potatoes arguments.
Why give you a shit this argument?
Because it's a stupid one. We're talking about what is important.
The main problem is government.
Get to the main point. Get to the main point. And all you can say is, hold on, one second. The main point here in everything I've said, you've used the AstraZeneca thing. You've used this. Again, are you trying to get to the greater thing that the IRGC isn't so bad? Make your real point. Or do you really just want to continue talking about nuance or what is it exactly you want to talk about? That's the point. I'm wondering what your dumb argument is. Get to it.
All it's about whining. There's no facts.
There's no okay, honey, what is okay, no facts. No facts. I believe that the Iranian people going into the streets and protesting and protesting is fact enough. Do you not see? Or are you really that stupid where you still want to talk about the fact that Iran does support the IRGC? What is it that you need to see? What is it that you want, you dimwit? You've been on this app for years and you just continue to be this Islamist swine that's disgusting.
One second, what did he say? He deserves all of this bullying. What's going on here?
Again, it wasn't technically AstraZeneca. I don't give a fuck. The point of the matter is that IRGC vaccinated themselves, and they definitely used the pandemic and access to the actual like Pfizer and all of the different vaccines as a tool to suppress the Iranian people.
Right.
And if you need facts for that, I can provide.
So my argument is that you're pointing against the RGC. It's not about the things of the Iranian people who actually are suffering from the IRI. But as far as your concern is as far as the RGC IRI is bad to Israel. So you're coming from an interested perspective as a matter of fact. All of
Restate that in a way that actually makes sense.
It is instrumental to Israel's position to serve the Jewish transition.
So it's about me talking about Iran because I'm a Jew, because of the fact that I'm pretty Jew there. I don't give a shit. I could live in Mars. I could live in Chad. I could live right next to you. It doesn't matter. I'm very Palestinian.
You are to Israel.
I could. My allegiance is freedom. Yes, I love Israel. I love Iran.
It's not about loving Israel. You're loyal to Israel.
I'm loyal to Iran. I'm loyal to Israel. I'm loyal to Iran. What are you doing for Islam?
Hold on a second. Let me interject real quick. You are creating a false issue. And there's a dichotomy here you're creating that doesn't actually exist. There is no conflict between criticizing Iran as a proud Iranian, because IRGC oppresses the Iranian people, and you have plenty of non-Jewish Iranians here echoing the same thing as Roya. There's no conflict between her doing that and her also coming out against the IRGC for how it creates terror across the Middle East. You can try to confuse the issue and play the dual allegiance card, but it doesn't even apply because there's no conflict between the two sides.
Sherry, you who's not a dirty Jew, how about you? It's since I'm a dirty Jew and I'm clearly biased and I have only allegiance to one thing and one thing only, global dominance and the space laser. How about you go ahead and say it since I'm unable to. Sherry, how about you say it since I'm unable?
Can I just say something? So your argument, I'm going to rephrase your argument. I'm going to rephrase your argument. Your argument is, sorry, just give me a second. Your argument is IRGC is not so bad because Israel is so bad.
No.
This was how you put it. This was how you put it.
No. I will say Iranians are suffering from IRI. The IRI
a lot of trouble, a lot of problems, economic problems, corruption, stuff. That's a fact, okay? My thought is that the people on pro-Israel are not interested. I mean, this guy when he speaks about Iran, he's not interested about the faith and the good city and the good conditions of Iranian people. He doesn't give a fuck about that. All he's interested in is that actually finishing any Iranian, even if it were to shot in place of the IRI, having some sort of like a ambitious defense program and posing a threat to Iranian things, nothing can be true at all.
Johnny, wait your turn and let this piece of shit finish, and then get everything out, and then you can respond.
The position for Israelis is interested. They have an interest in having every country in the region, including Iran, weaker than Israel, so that they cannot dispute the supremacy of Israel in the region. As simple as that.
As simple as that. You know, it's not as simple as that. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, he's doing the same plan that the RIGC is not actually trying to help the people of Palestine instead push their own political agenda.
Yeah.
But let's put that point aside. At the end of the day, two things can be true at once, right? There's people that support them and there's people that don't. And as every nation, they have a foundation that really supports their leader. However, I think the RIGC should, leave because they're not the job they have to study most of them. Whatever people are putting in Israel does, the Iranian government will do the same thing. They will commit whatever Israel is doing. They have killing innocent Muslims inside their own region. So before they talk about Israel, they need to worry about their people in their country. Iran is not attacking the Palestinians. Iran is pushing their own political agenda. How do we do it? Yeah, hold on. I'm going to respond. I do understand your argument to some degree. Because I think you relate very well to it. It's just like Malcolm uses this as a metaphor. It's just like how you don't actually care about Palestinians. You don't actually care about dead Muslims. You only seem to care about them when Israel's not. I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a piece of shit. I'm making my point. But it's the same sort of thing. Because Roya has got another interest, we have to discount the first interest. And it's the same thing with you. We talk, you don't give a fuck about the million dead Muslims in Syria or the 180 dead Muslims in the Sudan. We shouldn't give a shit about what you have to say about Palestine. You don't give a fuck about Palestinians either. You just want to make sure there's. I never responded to the piece of shit. Yeah, you should respond to the piece of shit.
Instead, please respond.
Okay, so here, I'm an Iranian. I'm not Jewish. I don't believe that the God cares about the people of Iranians or the sake of Iranians being free. I'm not. I actually don't like Netanyahu very much. But he just wants an Iran that doesn't threaten them. He just thinks it's a rational individual. He doesn't want a regime in Iran that promising to wipe them off the map. It's not really complicated. We just happen to have the same goal, the same sort of our interests. The reason that so many Iranians are feeling for Israel is because our interests are lined up right now. That's just a fact. It's just because the Iran, as I envision as an Iranian who is not Jewish, who is a real Iranian, not like Roya, a real Iranian, right? The Iran that I like is Muslim. So it's the kind of Iran that's not going to threaten Israel. We just happen to have that
Okay, they gotta get it. Really, but I just
Iranian just said 12 Rashida, so you can believe that you can trust him. You can really trust him, Altair. He's not a dirty Jew. He's Kashak, Shia, Muslim. Don't worry.
I was being sarcastic for your
I know, Mr.
To answer Mrs. point, actually, what you're saying is not a precedent in the region. In the Lebanese Civil War in 1982, the Christian colleges also supported these totally example that the Jews aligned with the Jews of Israel, and they supported the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. Also, in the 90s and until 2003, part of the Iraqi opposition was also thinking to themselves that its interests aligned with the Jews of Israel.
Israel when Netanyahu was not the prime minister by 2002, was campaigning for the invasion of Iran. But as a matter of fact,
Our secret alliance,
they
Don't interrupt, John. Let us finish.
the history of Israel is that Iran will always remain wherever the regime is in Tehran.
Thank you, Ayatollah God. Thank you. That's the same shit they say to us every day. Go ahead, Brewster, and then.
I was just gonna say, when you're missing out at those examples you gave, is the historical alliance between Iran and Israel. It was in fact Iran and Israel and Turkey. And 30 years ago, my dad almost went to jail for saying this, and that's why he left Iran. But the fact is that Iran, Israel, and Turkey are the three Arab countries in a region full of Arabs. So there was always a natural alliance because we were the mother. In fact, I always make the probably horrible joke that I say we should thank the Jews because if they ran there, then it'd be Persians involved. So we're just the second one.
The first why happened? You do not use them. You do not that Israel never had an ambassador in Iran. Iran has never had official nation in Israel. You know that yourself. Even at the time of the Shah.
They had a multi-billion dollar desalination project that was happening. Quiet down, imbecile. Quiet down, imbecile. Quiet down, imbecile. You need to inspire people. Go ahead, Sherry.
I say, I would just invite buildings from Israel when we fighting with Iran.
And why did Israel allegedly bomb those missiles that were coming out of Iran? Give me a fucking break. If you want to make the point for why the IRGC is not that bad for the Iranians, well, please sit here and talk to Adi Reza Sherry, Brewster Sunrise Sherry, and me, the fake Iranian, right? And go ahead and tell us the merits of IRGC rule. Please get to the actual thing you want to say.
Look, the point is not saying that the IRA is the good guys and the Israelis are the bad guys. That's not the point at all. The point is that actually, from the point of view of somebody who's Israel, when they go to Iran, they don't have the interest of people around the heart. Which makes sense.
You are saying that I do not have the interest of the Iranian people at heart. You are saying that an Iranian, of course not. You are done with your anti-Semitic, disgusting bullshit for this group. Yes, you are, you piece of shit.
I don't understand. I don't really understand.
Sherry, because I'm able to look that
Why is this conflated? You can remove Israel. You can
because it's the Arab soul and the Arab soul that's
okay. But why let that happen? The IRGC made good decisions on the 2 points made, or actually 3, for the people of Iran. Don't talk about Israel. Don't talk about Zionism.
I've actually talked to you real quick about
Of course you.
So I just want to finish, if I could finish. Sorry. Just let me finish. I go back and forth with this person. This person, you heard it all, right? Sunrise, Adida, Sherry, Brewster, you guys heard it, right? Because of the fact that I am Jewish, I can never shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. I need you to shut up. I know it's really hard for you to respect me, Maudie, as a woman, as a Jew, as a Iranian Jew. I know it's really hard for you to listen to what I'm saying. And I don't give a fuck if you trust what I'm saying. I just want my fellow compatriots to know that, and that's Iran. And my blood will always defend both my motherland and my fatherland, just in case that was a point of contention for anyone. But you piece of shit, anti-Semitic piece of shit, what allegiance do you have? What allegiance do you actually hold? Is it if I, the Jew, cannot be allied with the wants of the people of Iran, you, their Muslim brother, their Muslim brother, right? What justification for your point of view is there? That they should live under the oppressive existence instance of the IRGC, that's what they should have their kids killed by the IRGC because of the fact that, Israel is always going to keep Iran. Iran is a failed nation state. Iran is already failed. And guess what? It's more embarrassing because it's not in the hands of any foreign power that makes up the speech. It's because of the IRGC that has made us a failed nation. You stupid bitch.
Oh, you are the stupid. But anyways, I don't.
No, you're the stupid. You're the stupid, honey. You're the stupid.
They're Chinese Jews, they're out of mess.
Of course we know that, Johnny.
However, majority of people don't understand that there's just political power and just argue to all you want. Well, that's just people on both sides.
jury can still use that agenda. Going on and doing
One second. His criticism was valid. He just as valid to say he could have never hear about the version people who are other people. He wants to see himself as a student. He wants to see himself. All students are very capable. That's what he said to me.
Yes, I'm actually Iranian.
It's such a shame, there's such work with it, I've done a job. Personally, that's my first opinion. So I think, just for a second, we need to treat you wrong, treat great jobs.
Let's make it look sexy.
Yeah. Again, we don't stand for it, it's just we're trying to have an actual conversation. You don't want to have another big conversation. That's like a real one. Okay, there it is, now stop. And then one where okay, go ahead, Sam. Secure my independence in the country first, and then show how I want to prevent which future enemies. Protect me from future enemies. That's what you're doing. You're putting my life in risk and darkness, and I want to live safe in my own country. Just as well like where I want to.
No, you can't.
So I know you that's that you that's fine. No, I want to say one thing to the person that bitch. Man, no one has any problem with the job. I'm sure that there's a room where any people just say that I have no problem in the church of like I'm getting stressed as that you are where you have done every Tuesdays. But I do have a problem with mandatory job. Where people do not want their manager to follow on board. When they drive on women who do not want to wear a mandatory job. I don't believe that it makes it a whole big they don't think they deserve to die because they don't wear a job. So rather send it whatever I need. You're starting speaking about what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't have personal with me. I don't look for hate. Everything is discussion. And that's between the on the stage. And I'm not talking about the stage. I'm talking about the audience. I'm talking about most of the you're not going to get any of that from the rest of you. So chill out. Exactly. So IRGC, what IRGC is doing, and there's this propaganda is definitely not right. So this is Mr. Hernandez. If your things to do with potential, yes, I don't care if it increases, it decreases, it makes it I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. What's irrelevant to me is my sisters, my compatriots, do not want to be forced to work a job. Open your stupid mind, bro.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this right now. Please, you get a little bit more self-aware than you're talking to people that are literally living under this. Really, I'm not even on into the work. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous to ask someone to sideline and tell them, hey, these are your medical thinking skills to understand that Islam is bad. While in the meantime, they name it Islam, and that fellow computer tried to be killed. So, be a little bit careful, and I don't want to make that Islam, because I'm too, very well, like my friend is, and my advice, and I am professional. I really don't give a fuck about Islam too. I can also find You're right all the time. You want audience to grab it all of it. Whether it's Islam. It's all over to
their future. Look at us, and we're still talking about things about 17 years ago. There's still people in this chat talking about things like this came out of our market. I mean, I'm sorry. It's astounding. It really is. It's like, oh my God, let's just go for a minute. We're here whatever you want. Just let's move forward. Please, for the love of God. Islam is bad for business. That's all I'm gonna say. Bad for commerce. It's bad for business. It doesn't excite people to come into your country and invest. Tomorrow, a free Iran has to do the work that's on to do. They're invested. They're in like capital. Why would they? She's talking about Islam of Iran. I don't know that you're really that I hear your voice. I know you. I don't give a shit your point. No. Religious existence in the West, which maybe understand, maybe could stop because they're living such a good life. And in America, we don't allow people to say, fuck this, that religious persecute you. We do that. How about you go put those values in our own fucking country instead of dog speak? Hey, Leo, they're very interesting. I mean, I'm experiencing someone here. I see you here. And the Jews. Finally,
I can understand why religious people influence on my microscope, especially Islam. So I'm talking about Islam. It was good kind of eyebrows, regime, everything serious about Islam. So, why is this happening? Because religion is Islam, as we know, controlling people. Core purpose of religion itself is just you can control yourself, your purchase, and all that. And it's not made for you to control others. That's the point basis of religion. Whatever religion I'm talking about, it's Islam, Judaism, any religion. The core thing is to make you control yourself. And what's happening in Iran, even in Saudi Arabia, I'm looking at Saudi Arabia. What's happening is the political religion is taking over and trying to control people and things like that. And so what's the real what should happen? What should happen is we should attack Islam themselves. What we can get to where is this? Try to depoliticize religion. Is this simple as that? Try to put religion on us in your hearts, in your home, and students or whatever, and try to not to force any people. Like for example, you cannot force people to wear your hijabs. You cannot force people to pray. You cannot force people to believe it. Thank you so much. I'm speaking to your dance. Okay. They're trying not to really control anyone, and I actually see their point, and I can support them because you can't really just take Islam because, like I said, people
they say that Islam of voting exists, is Islam of PTSD also exists. So like it's that big like you think that I feel like it's there. If there's a space to be a little bit sensitive to the fact that you have people living under control in the school that have been traumatized to it. So maybe it's gonna take them a minute to become a little bit more they'll feel a little bit and downgrade from their trauma that they've undergone in the name of religion. You can't just expect what to expect. These are things that were culturally transmitted from mind to generationally. And it's also something it's very hard for to make the case, hey, audience, listen, you want on Islam is all about that. Islam is not bad. They're in the midst of actual Islamic trauma, right? Islamism, unfortunately, has left this imprint on the people that have suffered abandonment. So if you have people day in and day out being told, this is not what I eat, this is what Islam is, this is what Islam is. This is Islam. And not as simple as saying, hey guys, that's not real Islam, that's actually Islam. Real work actually needs to be done by the Islamic world to rectify this. And then I can go to him, and then I'll go to Mohammed. Okay, that's my goal. Thank you so much. So sorry. And then I go. It's your turn, man.
Especially when it comes to religion. I don't believe in Islamic religion where I live in Norway. I don't believe not at all. I've been to Saudi many times. I know it's starting to change. I don't know this. And I also see like there's so much trauma that I know a lot of people associated with that issue, especially women. And then it brings up the idea of whether something is defined as wrong, right? It's not like when you talk about Sharia, which means law, which is just like law in America, but some people don't know Sharia law is like can be used the same way that Catholic religion uses it consistently against a lot of Catholics, really like society is a little more kind of openly. But per se, I don't think by saying the religion is Islam, or by doing that, or saying something is Islam, that's a great issue. You're actually helping, I think, cause because society is built to separate the two, that you're defining why it's so terrible. So if the religion of Islam at its core isn't bad, the same way the religion, let's say Christianity at its core is bad. But during the 1300s it was bad. There's a time now where I think it's important for all Muslims to do that. So, but I do understand what you're saying about being sensitive to people living under a rule that is doing so, because it's just the truth. Now, we could talk about religion. I see Sunrise putting up on down. I know she probably has a billion reasons to hate Islam. And the same way as a Muslim living in a Christian country, I have a billion reasons to hate, Christianity. I mean, there's a lot of things that are put upon me. So,
What Christian country are you living under?
I live in the U.S. Most of my life. So,
No, question. In America, are we living under? Are we living Handmaid's Tale? Blessed be the fruit. Everybody has to take the body of Christ every Sunday. I mean, in America, are we forced to read? Are we forced? No, there's a big difference. The Islamic Islam is not from the religion of Islam. I live here as a first generation Iranian American. No, it's a very big difference between saying you just said America is a Christian country.
It absolutely is. George W. Bush
Honey,
the reason he went to war with Iraq is that he has a dream that God is very Iraq.
Honey,
He said Jesus Christ told me to go to war with Iraq. Look it up.
Honey, the fact that you view America's invasion of Iraq as some sort of part 2 to the Crusades, that doesn't really help me. You just said it's a Christian country. America's not a Christian country.
My definition is not, but I can argue that it is for sure.
Okay, but by definition, fair enough. I don't want to get. Okay, cool. Fair enough. But you're not living under a Christian constitution. You're not living under Christian law. We're not upholding the laws within the Torah or within whatever the fuck the Protestants believe in. We are in Iran. The people are actually beholden to the rules of law of actual. What's it called? What is it called? Dog, you should get Islamic
Sharia law.
Sharia law. So for you to view yourself as someone that's living under exact same circumstances as the women and people of Iran is ridiculous.
No, I never compared that. All I said was that it's a Christian country. That's literally what I said. And you asked me, I said the same way that under certain circumstances, living in a certain area, people have done it. Me being a Muslim going to certain areas of the world, absolutely is very unsafe. And I'm not saying that my only point that I was trying to say was that it's okay to separate the religion at its core from a government that is using that religion to control its people.
Right, but that lesson is something that, everything Persians have to say, saying that Hamid cheese driver. So the only time here that Islam needs to be separated is when we're specifically trying to have a conversation about the trauma and detrimony of actual Islamism. It's fishy, bro. It's fishy. And it doesn't feel good. And it doesn't make, I know it's true. Yeah.
Shia law, the Shia is the smallest, the Sunnis are...
Taliban rule is not cheap.
I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about Iran. So do you see how I'm confused by where this subject's coming from? It's confusing me because we pick and choose what we want to talk about, and that's what's confusing. So we say you say no, but we're not talking about Islam. We're talking about Iran. But then I say, okay, let's talk about Shia Islam and what's going on. And you say, wait, but what about the Taliban? I'm like, wait, what? That's not even connected. They hate each other, arguably.
when they really like to do it, they really love to say, oh, no, holy shit, it's bad. Trust in me.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Because she is not.
When I speak, you like lip.
I don't understand. I thought that you know somebody. You understand the way this works. You understand the
I don't know. You know, each will get. Is it what's going on? Am I speaking not well? Is it because I'm mispronouncing words, Sherry? Is something going on? Am I not speaking English?
No, it's you gotta look at the room. There's all kinds of trolls just flooding in.
Dude, it makes me sick. And I only want to come talk to me.
I know, but dude, look, it says IRGC. It has the flag that you see, and we're speaking a very small segment of it and how it affects Iranians, and that's what we're speaking of. And you don't have to listen, and you have to give it context to all of Islam if you don't want. It's just a very,
how much do they want from me? How much do they want from me? I said, okay, it's not all of Islam. What do you want? You want to twist my arm? You want me to come kiss it? Give me already. It's so annoying. We got it. It's bad. We got it.
فهمیدن اینکه یه چوپونه 27400 سال قبل بهتون دروغ گفته اینقدر سخته.
Fuck the shepherds. So, Sherry was saying that shepherds
This is Darvish. I'm going to say something very fast. Guys, future of Iran, all of us, we can have a religion. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, but you should not be that much religion. Religion should not invite into politics. Fuck them. We want a law running in my country. Not you guys. Not fucking religion. Not fucking Quran. Cut his hand. Fuck his legs. Take his eye out. Fuck them. We are not going back to 1,400 years ago for Muhammad. Fuck them. Guys, I'm sorry if I say fast forward. I don't have the time. I'm working right now. God bless all of you. We need the law. We need the law, not religion. Religion that has to sit back and let the people lead. Have a lovely.
I love Dariush. Okay, seriously. Again, when I hear Dariush speak, I'm already thinking about my casinos. So anyway, again. Like,
the Fati Commando, I think, is here. Her name is Farah.
tell her to come up. Being Johanna Islami. Come here, Islami.
Can I say something?
Salam Muhammad, yeah, of course.
Hello to all the groups member, and I want to tell you that why you generalize religion to our life. I'm the person that I'm speaking with you from inside Iran, but why you generalize religion to our life? All the people in 2024 know that the religion will be separate from our lives. Why you generalize it to our lives? I want to ask you this question for all the members.
محمد جان یه بار دیگه میگی برام تو فارسی میتونی بگی؟
من میگم که چرا همه چی رو تغییر میدیم به دین. اصلا داریم میخوایم زندگی کنیم، نفس بکشیم هر جایی که هستیم. چرا همه چیز رو تغییر میدیم به دین؟ اینجا شما مخالف داریم، موافق داریم. خب اونایی که مخالفن کاملا تکلیفش مشخصه. چرا اصلا خودتون خسته میکنیم؟ خب برای اینکه آزادانه زندگی کنیم همین دینه دیگه، همین حکومت کردن دینه. خیلی ساده است قضیه. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but can you translate in English for Sunrise so that the room knows?
Yes. So Muhammad is asking, why is religion being involved in our daily life? This is his question. He's saying, 2024, we want to have a free life. Why does religion has to be involved in our daily life? In my opinion, it doesn't matter if the religion is run by the government or not. Religion is a tool to control people like any other tool. For example, it can be money, it can be power, it can be a lot of things. But the more powerful is the religion, and when it comes to ideology, this is the strongest tool that the government or power can use, because it is less expensive, it is touching like people's emotion and people's way of thinking, so it is a really good tool. So in my opinion, even if religion is separate from the government or the politics, it is still a very good tool to have its own followers, and it is still a manipulating tool to abuse people. So it is two ways. I'm sorry, like two group of people can have religion. One of them are the advanced people who can use religion for their own good, for their own well-being, or the other people who are dumb enough that they can't be controlled, or they can't think. So for them to have a certain book to rely on when they don't know what to do, they can't think what is good or what is bad, they can go back to that book and see what the book has said. Or you have to be really advanced to take this as like a tool for your own well-being.
Makes sense. Hello, may I say something, please?
Please go ahead.
Sorry.
I'd love to jump in after her.
Okay, cool. So hold on. Sorry, who was she, Gabriel? I wasn't looking. Who was it?
It was me.
Oh, hi, Al-Fadi and June. Yeah, Al-Fadi and then Gabriel, and then did anyone else want? Oh, I have to say one thing too. Hedia, leave the app, close the app, and then like wait 5 seconds, then reopen the app, and then come in, and then I'll invite you up, okay? And then yeah, just pay attention to the chat so I'm able to bring you up, okay? All right, go ahead, Al-Fadi and June.
Hi guys. So to respond to Muhammad, we are not generalizing, or like no one has generalized it quite a bit. I would say it's not really religion that we're talking about. It's maybe like what's happening in the Middle East and the ideologies they use. However, because the ideology goes quite deep, you can't really separate it from how it's being used, like the religion. But honestly, like, yeah, it's something that people should just keep it to themselves. Like, it's basically how you prefer your steak. You shouldn't like force it on anyone. Like, no, have it well done, or like, I want mine rare. So it's like something very personal. Should not be like blended with politics or anything, because that's when everything goes wrong. The funny thing, though, that I really wanted to mention is that mullahs and like the political regime-related like people, it's just the face of them that I think is religious, because I've seen it. Like, we all are seeing their children and everyone, like their families, doing whatever they want in other countries, right? But at the same time, they force the ideology onto people. They intentionally keep the population poor, and they do it by the educational system. Luckily, I didn't go to a normal school. I went to a school that, like, they would skip the religious studies and, like, they wouldn't force anything onto us. However,
were you at TIS or tax beauty?
Sorry?
Were you at TIS or tax beauty?
That's how that's all, but like it's closed
cool.
now.
Okay, got it. No,
Yeah.
I meant Tehran International or tax
Yeah, I
beauty.
know, but like my school would like skip religious studies and all that, because like they believe that religion, it's for you to like go and look for it, and like maybe if you want something, go for it, you know, like it's not a school thing. Anyways, however, I had to change my school. Interesting thing is that I would just normally hang out and talk to my friends, and I kid you not, they were brainwashed. They were absolutely brainwashed, and they were like young, modern people who had Instagram and TikTok, and you know, they were like Gen Z. Yet at the same time, they were like, "Oh yeah, I don't do that," or like they would say some strange stuff that I did not feel like I could fit in a society at all. So that's like the part of the society that we are like kind of not seeing, or like we want to ignore and just say that Iranian people don't want a regime. But if you want to like also think from a different position, I sometimes question if people would be against a regime if it was not for the economic situation, like not the economical situation or poverty, or like, you know, being forced to wear hijab, right? Would people be against the regime if it wasn't because of the economics? Like that's something to think about, because lots of people are still you know, open to like being brainwashed, and that is just the problem with the educational system, right? So like we're not generalizing. It's something very embedded into the country and its people now. Unfortunately, it's been many years, and the generation that was not brainwashed as much is kind of going away. They either migrated to other countries or died, unfortunately. And the new generation, even though they're modern, they're kind of like getting influenced. Not all of them, but you get a good amount. So it's not to like generalize that politics and religion, but it's just something to think about.
I'll try to ask you a question, just as a, you know, so I understand that there are people that are, you know, upper middle class Tehranis, you know, live in Baytadia, live in near Saadabad, are, you know, get to travel to Dubai over the summer and maybe go visit their aunt in the south of France. I know and am very well aware of that segment of Iranian society. So I also know that there is a massive group of them that have economic interests, and their daddies have economic interests tied with the regime. So they may not necessarily be for the regime. They may not even know a lick of how to pray namaz, or, you know, they've never fasted a day in their life, and they wouldn't even be able to recite Islamic prayers. But at the same time, they're just kind of sitting there because of the fact that they do economically benefit. They echo the words of like, oh, well, my dad said this, and oh, if they shouldn't be doing these sanctions on us. Oh, asshole America. Oh, all of this part. So I have a question to ask you. Do you think that it also has to do with that, or do you think that there's actual ideological step through? Because many people who like own private sector businesses are forced to do business with the IRGC and are forced to be in the pocket of them. And many people choose, you know, many cowards choose to do so. So I also just wanted to kind of point that out and ask, is that the sect of people that you're speaking of?
I'm talking about, I don't know, like, I haven't really seen, it's very rare. I would say, like, it's like a very small demographics of people who can separate themselves and be absolutely secular and believe in secularism. There are many people who either, like, have attachments and stuff like that, and when things happen like that, they don't want to kind of separate themselves, or they don't speak out. And so what I'm talking about is like Muhammad said, like, oh, why are we generalizing religion with this. I said because it's very deeply embedded because of the educational system. It's not everyone, but you see lots of people who are getting brainwashed towards the ideology by the religion, like studies in the school. Yeah, it's like the ideology is being pushed onto them in school.
Got it. So what you're saying is, just so I can understand, is that because of the cycle of socialization, unfortunately, even in a home that is not necessarily a pro regime, the school system and being part of that type of messaging over and over and over again, it starts to permeate aspects of their opinions in ways that feel very brainwashed to you, is what I'm understanding. Sunrise, did you have something to say?
Yes. So what I'm understanding is you saying that human being is under collective behavior. This collective behavior is actually trainable. So what happens, first of all, when people are not hungry anymore, the creativity kicks in. If I'm not hungry, if I don't have to think about like how much money do I have to make dinner, then I start thinking. So perhaps in that level, I start thinking about my values, about my humanity, about my morals. There is a big chance that I can set different morals. Also, if this brainwash has been learned through educational system, so with a different educational system, this can easily change, if this is your argument. At the moment, people, like, there are a lot of factors involved. People are scared, people are benefiting, people are under influence, people are under collective behaviors. These are all factors. And to be honest with you, I was surprised when this recent movement happened. I never thought that the normal people can tolerate this new change, because it wasn't normal. But the change was drastic. I was expecting only to remove my headscarf, but now girls are walking in the streets with t-shirts, with skirts, and even normal, lower social level people didn't accept it. So in my opinion, economic and brainwash is not that strong factor.
Interesting perspectives. Thank you. All right, Mama June, did that suffice?
Hey,
Yeah,
can I ask you a question?
for a long time.
Can I ask one more?
Yeah, is Gabrielle. Gabby June. Gabby, go ahead.
Yes, Roya.
I just Sunrise, did you call it Gabriel or Gabby? I heard Gabby.
I'll take Gabby.
If you wish.
Yes. Okay. Roya, can I add a link to a Pew Research survey up top? I don't want to replace Mandana.
No, we're both Johns. Of course you can. She's been up there long enough.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna add a link, and then I'll only read three quick stats that I wanted to share with you guys. So there's two different surveys. One survey this was from 2013, and 86% of Iranians supposedly preferred Sharia law, but we know that is probably not true. Certainly today, that's not true. However, in many other countries where surveys are a lot more reliable, somewhere between 86% to 99% of people, 86% in Pakistan, 90-something% of the Palestinian territories, etc., want Sharia law to be the law of the land. But what's really interesting, and I'm gonna give me 2 seconds, I'm gonna put the survey up in the chat so you guys can actually read it because it's really interesting what the implications are. The implications are not religious. The implications are political for the lives of people who live there, right? So here, I've updated the link, and you should see it right now. Okay, so just click on that for a second. You can follow along with me. If should Sharia be the official law of the land? And you'll see, like in Iraq, 91% of people want it to be the law of the land. In the Palestinian territories, 89%. Morocco, 83%. Egypt, 74%. Now, if you scroll down, the way they did the methodology of those, let's say Pakistan, the number, let's just take Pakistan and stay with it. In Pakistan, 84% of people believe Sharia should be the law of the land. Of those 84%, what percentage believes Sharia should apply to both Muslims and non-Muslims? Force non-Muslims to live Sharia? Well, in Pakistan, it looks like 64% believe you should force non-Muslims to live according to Sharia law. Then we go down a little bit. Of those same 84% who say Sharia law, one second, do you favor like corporal punishment, like cutting off the hand for theft? And in Pakistan, it's 88% think you should cut people's hands off. If you go to stoning as punishment for adultery, so if you have adultery, we should stone people. What percentage of people in Pakistan believe you should do it? Well, 89% of 86%. And then the last part, and this is the particularly scary one, should people get the death penalty for leaving Islam? Now remember, 86% of people in Pakistan believe that Sharia should be applied to everyone. They also believe, right, that if you commit adultery, you should stone the person, usually the woman, to death. And then finally, these guys believe in Pakistan that 76% of them believe that you should kill people for leaving Islam. This is why, right, this isn't anti-Islam, it's not anti-religion. There is a significant, this is what a lot of the Iranians on stage are talking about, this is what ex-Muslims talk about, this is what Muslim reformers try to talk about. There is a massive problem with how Islam has been taught and implemented and how Muslims worldwide have allowed themselves to be ruled by extremists. Is that a nuanced enough reading for all of you? Let me just be extra clear, okay? If someone says, well, Islam doesn't believe we should apply, all these Sharia to non-Muslims. Really? Well, why is it that the majority of Muslims believe Sharia law should apply to non-Muslims? I guess the people teaching Islam have fucked up. I guess, is everybody teaching Islam the wrong way? Apparently so. So it's one of two things. Either it's not true, and Islam does believe you should force non-Muslims to live under Sharia, or let's steel man the other argument. Islam doesn't believe it, and the majority of people teaching Islam to the majority of Muslims worldwide fucked up, and they need to teach it differently. It's one or the other, right? Right.
Gabriel, well, you're that margin of error on that survey, though. No, I'm kidding. I clicked.
Ruben and I we're both statistics people from different walks. So I know you could go.
I understand my objection on that. I knew it was you. I knew it was. I'm just joking because that's exactly what it was. What's the error on the anyway.
I know.
You're joking about Deborah Williams. I actually had somebody in a room and asked me that the other day when there was a survey differential of 40%. And they asked me, yeah, but what's the margin of error? Because I literally smiled and think about it.
How confident are you? Yeah, how confident? Look, if you have a double digit, forget about 40. If you have a 12% lift on something and you have 98.5% confidence, right? Let's say you're wrong, and let's say it's not 12. It's really, if you kept testing, it would be 9% or 10. Like you're close enough, okay? But if you have a 40%, well, let's say you have 86% of all the people in the country say we want Sharia law to be the law of the land, it's not that important, right? Like if it's 86 or 82, it's a massive fucking majority.
That's the whole point. That's the margin of error. It doesn't matter what the differentials are so huge.
I know it's not like a presidential 15-minute survey poll. That are, this is like an actual, there's a variable size.
Yeah, this is they don't fuck about.
No, anybody that asks about the sample size has no clue about what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. But,
Gabriel, can I ask you one question? When we're talking about this survey, the
countries you mentioned, they have corrupted law. Can that be a factor that how people answer to these questions?
Well, I think that's a great question. Can you do me a favor? Click on the link for a moment, right? And take a look. And I don't know, how you would define corrupted law, but I would say if we go by Afghanistan, Pakistan, Egypt, Jordan, Palestinian territories, Malaysia, these countries, do they all have corrupted law? And maybe, is there a correlation with having, however you define corrupted law, and having a religious theocracy? I think there might be. Because when you have laws that are at least try to be objective, right? They're not subject to magical horses. They're not subject to jinn. They're not subject to flying carpets. They're not subject to the infallible word. And then you have a little no country's perfect. I freely admit that. America is highly imperfect. Every country is imperfect. But you have a better chance of challenging unjust rulings and unjust laws if you don't have to resort to, well, my prophet told me, right?
I have a question.
Mortal threat.
Okay, sorry. My question, oh shit, I forgot it. Fuck, sorry. If it comes back to me, I'll ask. My bad.
So, Gabriel, are you suggesting that a country...
Euro, buddy, friend. I've literally lost my voice just so that I can moderate this room in a relatively okay way. So, that person left. Go ahead. No.
Yeah, sorry. No, so I was just asking Gabriel if he thought that you're suggesting that a country might be unjust if they're putting a woman to death because she drank a cup of water.
Yeah, I think that it may not be very just if a woman is put to death for something more challenging than that, for adultery. It is unjust to put a human being to death for committing adultery.
Yeah, but there's even more.
Why was there such a high burden of proof for us? Okay, guys, we're not going to geek out on the stats. It was good enough for what it was. Now, we're going to go back to the main point. But why do you think that we had to legitimately geek out in order for this? Is it so hard to believe that, the testimony of the people in this room, someone like Adi Rizal, a 22-year-old college student, from Khorramabad, why is that not a good enough testimony for them to hear that their fellow brethren, don't agree with them, the actual people don't agree with them? Then yeah. Anyway.
I also want to mention that the Islamic regime of Iran is notorious for killing the minorities in Iran, like Kurdish people. I'm actually from Kermanshah. My father is from Kermanshah, and he actually has two problems. He can't go back to Iran for both of those reasons. Not only because he's American, but because his passport says he was born in Kermanshah, so he's got two strikes against him. Funny thing is, no single group, the Kurds, have been more persecuted by the Islamic regime. They hate the Kurdish people, and because we have always fought back against them. If there's anyone that has set off in Iran or is armed, it would be the Kurds. We always have had. We've always been armed. My dad grew up with lots of hunting guns, and we grew up in a very rugged area. So, and they know that. The Islamic regime always know that. First thing Khomeini did was go against the Kurdish people, because we didn't accept him as being the leader of our tribe. So in Iran, you have tribes. The Qajar dynasty. These were all tribes. So that's one of the things about, and I'm actually trying to ping my friend. He's a really good friend of mine. His name is Arun, and he lives in Azerbaijan. He lives in Baku, and he is this is so interesting. He's half Kurdish and Turkish from his father's side, and his mother's side, Roya, is Jewish. And his grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. So he has a very well-rounded understanding of all Muslim and the LGBT, which actually he helps a lot of the Iranian kids that do identify as homosexual and want to live the LGBT life. He helps them get out and live in Baku in a free environment so that they won't be persecuted. He had two friends. This is in one of the Islamic supporting rooms where they were saying, we don't care about you being gay, we don't care about LGBT, and I brought him in. He said, in the Islamic law in Sharia, in Iran,
یه لحظه وایسا صدای مکرو رو بشنوم IRGC نباشه. Hi Macro, how are you?
Hi everyone, I'm doing well. How about you?
Where are you from?
I am from Greece.
Cool.
Yeah.
Your whole life?
Not my whole life. I've just moved in recently.
Cool, from where?
I'm from Jordan.
They got it. Okay, cool. Got it. Hi, you're welcome here. Sorry, just gotta make sure you're not an IRGC spy or anything. I know it's a really weak attempt, you guys. I know it's already done for, But sorry, I just remembered I have a responsibility as a bot. Okay, continue, Sherry June Mazza.
Okay, so I was
It was nice talking to you. Just wanted to say bye.
Good night, Sunrise. We'll miss you, and we really hope. Please follow the club. Please follow us.
I already did.
Yes, talk to you
See you
soon.
around.
Be safe. Be safe.
So, just because he's a live example and he's actually direct evidence that the Islamic regime actually executes and gives like death sentences to homosexuals. He said the remedy for homosexuality within the Islamic regime is gender change. So you have to have
Sherry June transition میکنن.
transition. But he.
Can we just talk about this real quick? I'm just gonna say
this one last point, and we can absolutely talk. He has two friends that happened to, and they both committed suicide.
Oh my God!
That's the part about it.
It's so sad.
Yeah, but yes, and they have to go through this surgery. They don't want that. They're men. They're quite happy being men. It's just that they have homosexual. They want to live a homosexual life, right?
Guys, seriously,
yeah.
Is that not testimony enough?
Yeah,
Why we need to free Ron? I mean, seriously,
Thank you.
imagine Gabriel June, Gabby June. Imagine you're like, for example, you're gay, okay, and they can't spend your boyfriend Jeff, and then one of you. Either you get, I'm laughing because I'm so horrified. It's not because I actually think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. So sorry.
Gabby June is not that special though.
Okay, but for example, Jeff.
Actually, Jeff Daddy and I are very careful and very quiet.
Say you weren't when you went down to John and Jam for gay night, because everybody there knows that Monday nights at John and Jam on gay night. Okay, you know. And then you guys go to their school and you guys have to take you up and so on talking about. Imagine Jeff if you said, okay, either or engagement. What if you, because you're supposed to become Jessica? What's happening?
Okay, that's it. We're only going to go to Chuck E. Cheese from now on, Jeff.
No, but it's actually,
It's horrifying.
I'm sorry, someone's mic is not
Gabriel, are you
It's me. I'm going to turn it. I was literally at a caboodle. Let me mute it.
But the only point I was trying to say is that not fucking horrifying? Like waking up in another gender body that you don't want to be in?
It's actually worse than that. A lot of work over the last 15 years involved in this community. It's much worse than that. It's much more subversive. Iran is one of the only countries in the world where there's such a large-scale government directly funded transition
start wearing MAGA hats. I swear to fucking God, what the hell? Like, please.
Don't worry though. Did I tell you about my the IE measure that my friend did against Cori Bush, but not directly against Cori Bush? And it was funded by a program. I'll tell you about it later. I mean,
I want to hear about this later for sure.
Yeah, and then I believe I told you Wesley Bell. I worked on his campaign. Like me and him are very close. He was very pro-Israel. He's loyal. Wesley Bell. Amazing. He's exactly what. Anyway, this is the thing. Continuing. I mean, I can't even imagine. Lolly, is there some sort of like better way that maybe a coalition of Iranians can reach out to the organizing or union group or whatever association that does this and maybe write a letter of, you know, like
absolutely. It's a complicated issue. Years, but you can imagine the political forces that go into this. It goes very, very, very far right, very, very, very far left. And some quite mainstream people that are trying to find a better way for the Western press doesn't understand taking letters and taking a note from a regime like this is never going to be the right idea, right? You can't grow like sweet fruit from poison.
Hey, Lolly.
People don't understand.
Lolly and Roya, you know who would be very interested in this probably is her name is Brianna Wu, and you might have been following her on Twitter. She is, you know, she has always been kind of a lifelong liberal and progressive, and she's literally, and she, you know, she's a trans woman, and she takes a very common sense approach to things. She's an open Zionist. She's very down on Hezbollah, the Islamic regime in Iran. And she would definitely, this is like an example of why she's like, I can't call myself a progressive. Progressivism is sick at this point, and we need to cure it. So.
Yeah, the days in which, like, I felt like, hey, like, my favorite, obviously, I don't think I need to explain why Teddy Roosevelt is my favorite president. I mean, I do feel like we have a lot of similarities, and, you know, I mean, everybody has their favorite president. Right, and so, you know, the days of Teddy Roosevelt progressivism are unfortunately done. You know, the ideals of even loving America somehow got really wrapped up in this new idea in our own internalized pain. Somehow we're projecting this global idea of, you know, one set of people's very true reality to the rest of humanity. Like, we really got to stop that. And anyway, I don't really want to get into it, but yeah, Ken, of course, no, I bet yours is Taft. That motherfucker was so fat he died in the bathtub, right? Anyway, forget it.
Really, you say Socrates, I love you.
Of course. I love you, don't you?
You very much. I love you. But when it didn't get ready, he's over here. He studied a lot about the Middle East. I'm really sure about that. But when it is 80%, for example, Pakistan, 40 to 90%, Bangladesh, most of the Arabic countries, the law, Sharia law, 80%. But Iran was different, guys. Iran ended 45 years ago, 90% because Muslim, crazy Muslim, it is everybody. Right now, if you go into Iran, 60% are Muslim. 45 years, Iranian, they know what it is Islam. They know what is Islam. If Pakistan or the Arabic country, they have, for example, 20 million assholes. Not just Iran reached 3 million assholes. We don't have too much assholes. Iranian,
Wait, did you just say 20 million assholes? Wait, did you just say 20 million assholes? Okay, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Thank you. And I have further. No. We love you. Say it again.
Corruption is that much in the law. People don't tie from Islam. Somebody said, oh, what you motherfucker? They don't want to hear anything from your religion. Guys, again, I'm sorry if I say that, but really, Iranian, we don't have that much as for Arabic law. Pakistan,
The roller coaster of this and we're on the tail end. Let me tell you, it's not worth it. It's not worth the bar's back. Please don't get off the ride. I believe that was what so many words Darvish was saying. But yeah, was someone right? Yeah.
میگن که ما میخوایم برای کشور خودمون به خاطر حمایت از کشور خودمون با اسرائیل وارد جنگ شیم. اگه جنگ بشه ما میایم برای ایران میجنگیم، تو ارتش ایران میجنگیم. شما یکم بشید فکر کنید اگه واقعا آینده ایران براتون مهمه، اگه واقعا وطن پرستید، اگه میخواید ایران امن بمونه، اولین کاری که باید بکنید اینه که بگردید ببینید دشمن هستیتون کیه. دشمن هستی ما الان اسرائیل نیست. خب اسرائیل اصلا شاید حتی دشمنمون هم نباشه. دشمن ما الان جمهوری اسلامیه. شما اگه آینده ایران براتون مهمه، نباید اصلا بذارید ایران وارد جنگ بشه. چطور این کار رو بکنید؟ برید به جمهوری اسلامی فشار بیارید.
Put it in the car.
چهار تا مردم حرف بزنید که اونا به جمهوری اسلامی فشار بیارن. بلکه بیایید تیزه اینو بگیرید که آره من وطنم برام مهمه، من چطورم وطن پرستم، میرم برای وطنم میجنگم. نه عزیزم، اینطوری شما به ایران کمک نمیکنید. اینطوری شما بدتر دارید بازی رو انجام میدید که جمهوری اسلامی بخواد. اون حرفی رو میزنی که جمهوری اسلامی بخواد. شما اگه واقعا آینده ایران برات مهمه، بازم تکرار میکنم، اگه آینده ایران برات مهمه باید بگردی دشمن هستی رو نگاه کنی که اون جمهوری اسلامی.
علیرضا شستشو مغزی که من گفتم منظورم دقیقا آدم
متوجه شد بچه فهمیدم الان ترجمه. So علیرضا has to go. شب بخیر علیرضا جون. Good night.
Have a great night.
شب بخیر. Special dad.
I remember what I wanted to say to Dariush. I wanted to tell him he has eyes for poetry.
Yes, he does. Let me just translate this really quick. I don't know, Gotcha. I got a little bit emotional hearing Anita's speak because it just made me feel so proud. It makes me feel so sad that, such a horrible, sorry, I am actually crying now a little bit, sorry, I'm just getting a little emotional because it makes me so emotional to see such human capital and so many Iranians are exactly like that. Like, it shocks you that, like, how can so many young people be so educated and then the reality of their options, there's not even a government that gives a shit about them to actualize their human capital. In fact, we would rather have them just be brainwashed sheep than don't give a shit. But because of the fact that the only way that Iranians can ever have any sort of upward mobility is been through education, we have the highest rate of brainwashing in the world per capita. Just like we have the highest percentage of political prisoners. That means there's such high levels of educated Iranians across this globe that have left Iran because the only freedom that they were able to use was the power of education. I feel like we don't sometimes count our blessings as Westerners. The power of education, even in a regime like Iran, was the only tool that freed the pro everything, to really be able to talk to their friends and put in the work to like win them in this information war, in this you know what I'm saying, in this brainwash middle where they're not too far gone, where they can walk them back and say, who is your real enemy? Is it Israel or is it the IRGC, who doesn't give a shit about any of our upward mobility and things like that? So it just gets me so emotional because it's like, I don't think a 22-year-old should be living with the anxiety in the year of like 2024. I think that they should be excited to be in college and kind of get to know themselves. But Iranian people, they haven't had that ability, right? Because a regime that tells you to walk out like Handmaid's Tale and an actual, how many people here watched Handmaid's Tale with their mom, with their aunts, with their dads, and they literally said, oh my God, this is Iran, this is my life, this was my life, this was my life. My mom says that all the time because back in the day, the Shishi Frou girls of Tehran would go to the British school, remember? They'd go to the American school and the British school. My mom was one of those Shishi Frou girls that went to the British school at the time. And what's it called? She remembered all of a sudden we had to wear berets. All of a sudden we had to, you even see it in the Islamic Republic cinema, Gabriel and Gabby June. If you look at early Islamic Republic days, the actresses weren't wearing hijab, they were wearing a slight, what is it called? A beret, like a French beret, and their hair was hidden. So like things like that were slowly happening, and then the Iran-Iraq war happened, and of course people are going to defend their nation, and while they're defending their nation, these ayatollahs sunk their faith deeper and deeper and deeper into the institutions, and you know, people were, while the poor Iranian people were being mustard gas by fucking Saddam Hussein, right? While the generation of Iranian people were being killed, that was, you know, no one denies the sacrifice of the Iranian people from all the different tribes. The Kurds especially paid so badly during this time. It was honestly horrific. So we remember, we know, we're still living through it. So there is time to really capitalize on that. So it just makes me sad, but also hopeful that at least there's such strong youth and human capital in that big youth group. 70% of Iran is under the age of 35, and they're wicked fucking smart. And, you know, that's all you can wish for is the power of information and the power of education and the pursuit of knowledge to never be crouched, even under the iron fist of tyranny. That's all I have to say. Well, a little high, but, you know, that's all I'm going to say.
being told to ratchet it up, to get more violent, right? To take more direct action. They're using all these euphemisms, and they're using Soviet pamphlets. They're using Islamist PFLP pamphlets to teach them how, right? It's very scary in the United States right now. It could happen here. People don't think it could. It could happen.
Oh my god, it's going to happen here if we don't do something about it. Like, it's a big fucking deal. And so, I sometimes don't really like talking about politics on podcasts, but again, people say that it's not a big deal. Well, I mean, again, there's groups that we know both internally that could have given money, like the D-Trip, where they could have, not championed, not put money with Wesley Bell to topple, there could have been things that could have happened, right? Cori Bush could have definitely had more support from the party, couldn't she? So I feel like there is definitely, you see, prior to this most recent attack, there was a little bit of a muzzle on some of the squad for a bit, realized either shake up, act up, or kind of get with it, because we're not going to lose our strongest coalition and one of our most important coalitions in America. We're in the essence of what it means. So I just really am getting sick of this. So anyway, and I know people on the right that are also primarying some of the psycho, super Trumpy Trumper psychopaths. So, change and progress is being made, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to the topic. Arsen Akil, welcome to the stage. Hi, Malag. Mr. Did you want to say something? Hey.
Who's this Essene guy in the top? What is his name? What is his name?
Hey,
Come out here.
what is it, orgy?
He's trying to add me, dude. Come out here.
He's not interested, bro. Definitely not interested.
Pakistan is the biggest war zone down in South
Hey, chill.
You know, chill. I'm I
just wanted to ask.
Yes.
Yes, speak.
Yeah, so, everyone, yesterday, I think we came to Gary's from the last line of I was talking. This is exactly what I was saying. I wasn't saying that Israel should respond. In fact, I think if Israel doesn't respond, the regime will be emboldened and they're going to do more. What I was saying is that smart, that response should be smart, because exactly what the guy was just saying, that Roy, he was literally one of the sentences he said that Roy didn't exactly translate. He said, "You people, Israel is not our enemy." So what I worry about if there is an actual war, for instance, an attack. I say take out their nuclear, and that would be pretty embarrassing to them. And they have put the country through so much to get this nuclear, quote unquote, peaceful nuclear energy. And overnight, Israel just took it out. So, I say take out their leadership too, but anyway, my concern, and I know it sounds really bad, and some Iranians would judge me for saying this. My concern is not that some civilians are going to die this morning. I think if some civilians die and Iran will be free, that's a price. I'm not standing here saying go find Iran and freedom, but I think that would actually be a better outcome. The outcome I'm worried about is a repeat of Iran-Iraq war. It's a war that doesn't overthrow the regime, because you need boots on the ground to overthrow the regime. You just bomb them, and they get into this long back and forth war with Iran, and the regime that's exactly what they did in the 80s. They just took out, because at the beginning the revolution wasn't very popular. But Iraq attacked, and they rallied people behind the flag, and they put anybody who was against them. I mean, I think there was a day that they killed 3,000 people at the beginning of the revolution.
In one day. In one day. Believe that? In one fucking day, they killed 3,000 people. Killed them all at once.
3,000 one day, they wipe it out.
They will kill all of the leaders. They will kill. Do you know the beginning of Shirin? Do you guys know Shirin Ebadi? She's a
Prize winner, and she's untouchable because of the fact that she won the Nobel Peace Prize and she's a human rights lawyer. So in the beginning of her memoir, oh, you don't like her? Okay, these guys are more educated than me. You guys are more in the know-how. But in the beginning of her
tell you about her. You should.
Okay, yeah. No, I just not that much. I haven't been in the know.
Maybe her famous statement.
I know, but she also found her. She also had to kiss a lot of ass. You know?
Yes.
She had to kiss a lot of ass. Also, the beginning of her memoir starts with her opening up a box for a file on a case, and she finds a hit list from somehow, some way, a hit list. I don't know if this was real or not, but whatever. And her name was on the hit list. But then somehow, in the sands of time, they decided not to kill her. And so that's the beginning of her memoir. So yeah, these motherfuckers spend money. They are spending money. They based in China. Why are we not speaking Mandarin at this point? Iran is being so fucked by China.
Exactly. I don't mean to interrupt you. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Ken, did you have something to say?
He ain't pissed off that.
Ken, what's with your meme? Do you have something to say? You're just disrupting the stage.
Yeah, everybody talking very seriously, and this man in the place.
You want to remove Ken? You want to be on?
Ken, Paul, whatever his name, Ken.
Ken, you're Ken, don't be mean.
No?
Yeah, people really talking serious, and this man, he make an attitude.
Ken, stop having an attitude. Please.
Can I say something very serious to Bruce there? I want to tell you, look, Bruce there is saying, if Israel make a mistake and kill a lot of people going to get this. No, Israel always fight with responsibility. Look, guys, it was 45 years Iran fighting with Israel. Tell me one innocent people died with Israel. Innocent. Look at the scientists, the atomic scientists. They kill him, but they still kill his wife. Guys, only country in the Middle East are Democrats and they fight right. 200 rockets they hit into Israel. Islamic regime, they hit it, no responsibility, they hit it in the innocent people. But look at the Israel. They just need 3 rockets and hit it in the goal. Please, don't judge people of different countries. Just respect. Shut up.
No, Ken is a friend. Ken is good.
I mean,
Ken
people are talking serious.
I know. Aunties, you can't finish talking. Dave, when that kid's okay, aunties finish it. Alright? Hi, Sergio. Look at the stage.
I don't have nothing to do. I don't want to forcing people, but I'm talking serious.
I know. Get the kid out. Sergio Junino, how are you?
Yeah, nice. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? I want to say just the one thing. Where is Soren?
Oh, he's getting up from
It's not there. Just a second. Soren will cry tonight. That's all I want to say.
Why? Too much good. There's so many reasons to cry. Seriously. He realizes that he happened. Anyway.
Hi, Sergio.
Hi.
Can I add something?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to add to
Yeah, go ahead, Arson.
Thank you so much, guys. One is, for example, of Gaza, it's going to compare any other regime with Iran regime because Iran are ideological, but the regime of Iran is ideological, but the problem is also theological because they kill us in the you is a ruler, but in Iran it's totally different because they are killing us in the name of God. So when you have God in your back, you can do whatever you want. So you have to wear a hijab because the God says. You have to do this because the God says. You have to blah 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 because the God says. But in the Soviet Union, it was totally different. Even in their ideology, they have some codes, some place when you want to get to the toilet. So it's completely different. They have to have everything in the name of God. So let's take the God and take Islam. Young generation was grown up in the schools with the high rates of propaganda, but now we are all against theological regime.
Okay, let me just give you a quick brief response. So I just want to let you know that many people believed that communism was a form of secular religion. Tens of millions of people were killed in the name of communism. I have to tell you, like, every oppressive system is going to be different. No comparison or analogy will be the same. What I was doing is I was comparing what we lived with, right, under the Soviet system, and I lived through it. And I was living towards the more mellow part of it. When people like my dad and others who lived through it, it was not mellow at all. It was, as they say, could you mute for a second? Thank you. Someone's flossing their teeth.
Thank you. Please mute. I mean, bro.
Look, I don't know how to mute people with my little
It doesn't
wand.
let me do it sometimes. Sometimes it lets me. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I can do it now. I did.
So when I say I know what it feels like, it's very different. Like what I mean by it's very different. These are two different systems. They're two different locations. They're two different years. But what I'm saying is I empathize what it's like to live in a totalitarian system because the similarities are the impact on the population. The impact on the population is that tens of millions, not hundreds of thousands, not 1 or 2 million, tens of millions of people living under the Soviet regime were rounded up and mass murdered, were sent to the gulags to die, or starved. Ukrainians, right, were starved. Multiple millions of Ukrainians were starved because Russia / the Soviet Union literally stole their food during Holodomor. So, and just living in a totalitarian society where your neighbors are encouraged to spy on you, where you can be arrested for not supporting the great leader. Like all of these things are very, very similar. I have to tell you. Yes, of course, everything would be different. So in one case, it's Islam and Islamism, and so you think that the excuse is much greater because it's in the service of God to go kill people, but actually in the service of justice and the proletariat and the common man, people kill just as readily. I promise you.
Yeah, I really. The point that I was trying to make is in both of these totalitarian regimes, there's zero care for the actual people because the well-being of the actual citizen because the actuality is not the point. It's not for each human to have their live out their best and be very productive in society. It's legitimately we don't give a fuck what's being said inside of your homes. We don't give a shit what morals and values that you think are necessary to be part of your child's cycle of socialization or your socialization. When you enter society, this is the mask that you have to have. And Lali, I want to know, have you ever talked to people from Iran or from Soviet Union who they had to I can't even imagine what this generation that's only been born during the Islamic Republic, what life has been like when the only reality or normal is living under living in that way, living with that reality of identity. I actually was wondering if Sherry was listening. She's here, but she's muted.
represent her idea a little bit better. At some point, she said, "I hope the IDF bombs the." Again, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but bombs enough of the infrastructure of the IRGC, just enough to give the Iranian people a chance. And then one of the very dumb people, I suppose, I'd say, unmuted and said, "It's not our job to free the Iranian people." And she said she was put in the position to say, she said, "I didn't say that you have to free the Iranian people. You're not Iranian. And you guys, just give us a chance." And a bunch of extraordinarily, I'd say, Hamas supporting and ISIS supporting people sort of shoot her off and didn't give her much of a chance. But that comment was so meaningful to me because it's at a time when so many of us who are Jews or who are Zionists have had people now over the last 3 days or have lost so many. And there's really kids between 18 and 21. They're mostly boots on the ground. And themselves are extraordinarily conflicted and extraordinarily sad about how much death there might be from their own hands. And to hear someone say, actually, what you're apt to go against is a regime that will not let us breathe. And I think she said something about, we tried it once, and I believe she said, she's quoted sometime, but give us a chance. And I brought that idea up before it was Rosh Hashanah, it was a Jewish holiday. I brought that idea forth in front of Jewish spaces that something about what we're focused on in terms of being extraordinarily, distraught at how much havoc and destruction we will have to bring upon people who themselves are just being led by regimes that they hate. And I said it in her name, obviously without her name, and it really changed the course of the holiday. And for many of the Jewish people I know, for many people I know who actually have children in combat now, many people I know who are decisors in terms of how to handle Iran, and it could not have been said by anyone other than an Iranian who's not themselves a Jew. So I just thought that we have an idea in Judaism, hakarat hatov, means there's a religious obligation incumbent on every Jew to thank those people who have done us a good. So it was one of those moments in Clubhouse where there was a good you don't know if you'll see that person again to thank, but obviously it was very meaningful to me and to dozens of others who heard her. So if I don't see her, please, if you could let her know, Ray, I'd be good.
I 100% will.
That's interesting. Nice perspective. Be for peace. But if I think whatever lessening of atomic bombs or potential atomic bombs are in this world is a good thing. So yeah, I hope this will take out the factories, and I hope states in Israel and France and everywhere